checking the stream. It has nothing going live. Looking good. Alright. Back we are. Oh. I forgot an accoutrement, but oh well. Maybe at the break. Alright, so. We are back with the Fallen Gods. Bakab has cast invisibility, I guess. Oh, there we go. Last we left off, you all had tracked down, for a half-elven woman, some ogres that were, or an ogre that was supposedly barring entrance to where her dryad lover was in the forest. Ended up finding out the whole thing was a big scam. A lady that was actually pretty okay at deception. Just convincing what appeared to be ill-equipped adventurers that didn't have all their gear together but had some stuff, and luring them into the middle of the woods to get jumped by a pair of ogres. You found some remains of some adventurers that didn't fare as well. One was convinced to walk away. Based on the timings and returning to town, there was almost no chance of tracking her down, as she apparently skipped town with the ogre that did survive and got away with some sort of communication device that they shared. So that happened. Much suspicion abound, but you have also accepted a quest to track down a Medusa up in the hills in some sort of ancient temple, past a goat path up the mountain. But I think where we will start is with Sihanin the Moonweaver. You were pulled aside by Valir yesterday to do some kind of research while the crew all went to handle this ogre problem. You are brought over to the place that you recognized when you guys arrived, which was a converted temple into an area of research with a bunch of scholars around, looking into different things. And Valir takes you into a side room where there are just stacks of tomes all over a massive table, and you can see some like ruffled hair from behind one of the stacks of books as the two of you walk in. And then popping up from behind them is a high elf woman, who is give me an insight check as you kind of look over this person. She is not doing a great job of hiding her excitement to see you. There is a frantic kind of like how do you do kind of thing that is I don't know, like if I showed up to talk to Matt Mercer at like a con and like we had 20 minutes to chat, and I'd just be like, yeah, how you doing? You're a normal person just like me, supposedly. There's some of that going on. And she introduces herself as Unia and says, I've been doing some research, and and I understand we're keeping this on a hush hush level, but I found something very interesting. And it takes a good couple of hours, but she's piecing together information from several historical tomes, and points out on a local map that there is a tomb to the Moonweaver's champions that is in the area. You recognize the location on the map as where you guys recently defeated a flame skull and recovered a pair of cloaks. And then the line that she kind of leaves you with here is like, there's a beautiful illustration of the Moonweaver's champions. It's a pair of elves in cloaks, one like two-handing a long sword, the other kind of blade down with a short sword. One as sort of a bright shining figure, and the other a darker figure, sort of kind of almost obscured by the shining brightness of the larger of the two champions. And she points out the secret to the location of the blades of the Moonweaver are, as the tome suggests, hidden and taken to the grave of the Moonweaver's champions. Um, they and their lives ended 1,000 years ago or so, and were entombed nearby with the river flooding out the lowlands here. It may have been exposed and could be excavated to find whatever clue has been taken to their graves. That is my conclusion of my research.
So, are you telling me that the the cave that we were in just a couple of days ago was actually the grave of these champions?
I had not been informed you found it already. But yeah, yes, the there. Oh my. Yes, there should be a clue to the final resting place of the artifacts, the blades of the Moonweaver, made to represent the two moons that go across the sky. The large, bright, and the smaller, darker moon represented within the blades.
So, I should probably make sure people know about this. Um, could you tell me a little bit about these champions? I'm drawing a bit of a blank. I don't remember this being a ceremony I ever partook in.
She's very excited at the idea of explaining more of the thing that she's been apparently studying for years, and just like moves a whole like shoves a whole like stack of books that just falls over on part of the table, and like, to get to a lower stack of books, and starts pulling them out to bring out like histories that have been recorded. There were two. They were both elven, and there was a one concentrated on being a bright shining light in the middle of a field, and it was said that as long as she was there illuminating the field, that her partner could weave in and out unseen. There's a lot of poetic versions of killing people. All the most poetic versions of kill people real good is on display there. But it seems to be they would work in tandem, and they were married, and they were partners in like everything they did, and they went on many adventures around the lands, and the location of their artifact dual blades, lost to time with no record of where they are. But a clue to their final resting place supposedly in the final resting place of the champions, which you have found.
Which I have found with some help.
Hmm.
I mean, honestly, lovers fighting against the world does sound like something I would have gotten behind. Um, kind of feel bad for not remembering them, but I will do my best to honor them and make sure everyone knows that we should be honoring them because they honored me. And she kind of like shuffles, like, yeah, I know what I'm talking about here, and I'm godly, and I have all my shit together.
And both Valyra and Unia have while we understand you're keeping a low profile, for good reason. There have been rumors of officials looking for survivors of the attack, but it seems a thinly veiled attempt to track down any gods that survived, which could be powerful people trying to prop back up the gods, or could be powerful people trying to make sure the last remnants are eliminated. And until we know for sure, the lower profile, we are simple adventurers, is probably a good way to go.
I don't mind hanging out in the shadows for a little bit longer.
And they both kind of nod and have a slight chuckle, like be like, well, that's your domain. That's what you do. And they both have this is a full day of like research and things. And then Valir takes you back over to your guys' dwelling that you've got under construction. You can see it's been upgraded since last you left. A carpenter came by to make some improvements You guys have a proper door on a hinge that actually like opens and closes without just like removing it and then placing it back. Um, there is a lock. You actually arrive at the same time as a delivery of keys that have been made, and you can, as you come in, there's the rest of your party there, waiting, kind of having their pre bedtime snacks, ready to see you as you're coming back in.
The second she opens the door, I grab my cat and I run over right into her face and go, "This is Abby."
A
We
winged,
have a cat
a white
and a
winged
door
cat.
now. You're really moving up in the world, I see.
There's a white winged cat in your face.
And she kind of like grabs it from you and is like, "This is mine now," and I'm loving it. um,
So you guys make contested animal handling checks. I was really hoping for 2 nat 1s from both of you.
and like, Sianin is just like stroking its head.
You all are within a couple of points of each other. There is not a clear winner. Sihanin does take the cat and pet the cat. After a time, the cat wiggles free, rubs back up against Corlin, and then seems to be like scratching at the door, like to be let out. There's a moment of respite where you all can just decide what to do, or you can just hop into your long rest and prepare for tomorrow's events.
I'm gonna take Abby to go out potty. You guys can decide whatever we do. I don't really care. I'm just gonna grab my cat and walk out the door.
Cat wants free. Cat wants to get out and move about of its own accord.
I also grab the stick.
Yes, I assume you have the stick on you unless you say where you place it.
I have it on me at all times.
The cat stays relatively close, but does take off and do like a circle, and it seems to be doing like a patrol over the property, and after about 30 seconds, you see her kind of and like fly down and pounce on something, apparently catching its meal for the night. Anything else? Huh?
Nothing.
Oh.
So Sianin is gonna like walk all the way into the little house that we have and like sit down on the floor like cross-legged and just kind of like lean back and go like, "All right, guys, so kind of forgot about this, but apparently back in the day people used to like champion me, and it was actually a really cute story. Like I don't know, like they cute little lovers off in the world adventuring. I mean, something tells me I'm always going to get behind that story. But anyway, apparently not too far off there's their grave, and I feel like I kind of feel bad for not remembering any of this stuff because I don't remember much these days, but maybe it'd be a good idea to go pick up some of their stuff."
You are currently wearing some of their stuff. The cloak you and Corlin have. Yeah.
The swords.
Yeah, the cloaks you guys have are from that tomb.
I thought it was suspect there was no weaponry to accompany the gear inside of that tomb.
Wasn't there like mundane swords in there already?
I believe you did see some mundane rusted out swords, but
Yeah, so
not of a quality or enchantment that would indicate they were from them.
They probably pulled like an Indiana Jones and swapped them.
Yeah.
But like, 2 magical cloaks, why would you not have something of similar quality to go with them? It was kind of suspect.
It's a cave. There's a lot of suspicious things going on in caves these days.
Was it a cave or was it?
It's a
I
tomb.
thought it was a 2.
Yeah.
Oh.
like a New Orleans style above ground stone tomb with sarcophagus inside.
We shall add it to the list of things we don't know, which is ever growing.
At any time,
Uh,
if somebody wants to start figuring out what's happening, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, champion? Did I have champions?
Make a
You
history
may have.
check.
I remember.
I would say you remember having a champion, and you remember disowning them because you believe that your champion ended up following Lolth and taking an artifact that you had granted them and like corrupting it and taking it with them into the Underdark. Um, and so you remember something about like, oh yes, my most prized possession got like severely tainted and taken away from my purview.
Oh. I think I just kind of remembered where one of my things might be.
I mean,
Go with that.
we are kind of after at least one of our major artifacts already, and we know an idea of where a second is.
Yeah, mine might be a little bit harder. Let's push it off for later. It's just. And Sahanine is just getting impulsive, like, not even trying to send it, but it's just rushing through my brain of just images of the Underdark and all of the terrifying stuff that's in the Underdark. And I am not mortal, and I can't just go, I don't like you, go away.
So you're used to just banishing things that don't please you, but
I think we could discuss how we're gonna fight this Medusa tomorrow.
Yes,
Well-
that is a better topic. How are we going to fight the Medusa without all turning to stone?
We need.
I'm not
to-
sure how yet. I do know we're gonna need to restrain her before her death. We need her saliva, remember?
Can we go down the list to what we
didn't catch that last part.
Can we go down the list and check off what we need to fight?
Still cutting out.
Val, move closer to the mic.
Could be it.
Or talk
My mic is my laptop.
Just gotta like
Or talk
get up to
louder.
that laptop.
Let's go down the list. Check off what we need to fight Medusa. Not good.
What we do know we need to combat her, essentially, right?
Valir kind of standing there the whole time is just like, well, I'll leave you all to that. I need to get back on some research. But good day.
Valia, did you meet my cat? Her name is Abby. Valia!
It's very. I would never dare question how you're all spending the gold that you earn. That is a very, you don't usually see those outside of the more expensive houses. It's a fine animal.
When I go back to Godhood, I'm gonna make these like my official pets, and everyone who worships me will have to have one so that they can know the joy of these wonderful animals. I didn't like animals before. These are wonderful.
Can I smack her?
You want to go there?
Don't always recommend
My
it.
hands are equal opportunity.
Somebody's
I'm
gonna
pretty
get
sure they
suggested
still
to
have
walk
a bunch of
north for 8
spells
hours.
left.
I wouldn't think you're there. She's outside. You're inside. Or keep the PvP for later. So Valir takes off. You all get a chance to kind of discuss things you might need fighting a Medusa. Helm brings up the idea of trying to restrain her to get the saliva you need versus like trying to get it from a post-mortem head. Which I think Helm already purchased some vials in order to attempt to gather some saliva.
I did pick up 4 vials earlier.
Yep.
We
Should
need
we
a
get
bucket.
some mirrors?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like just mirrors to either to hold or to strap onto shields.
Do I remember anything much about this Medusa creature and how like the gaze work? Do we have
Make an Arcana check. It's pretty good. You're quite aware that it's not an attack. It's like an ongoing effect. So she doesn't have to like target you with it. It's just if you're in the area and you're not specifically avoiding your gaze, then she's gonna get you. And if it takes hold, you can do anything from your joints locking up and slowing you down, or it could be you straight up just turn to stone. There are ways around it. They're generally within the divine casting kind of domains. Various forms of restoration that can remove paralysis, which you'd be aware that I don't think any of you have access to that kind of magic. So pretty important to avoid the gaze. But you also know it's hard to fight when you're not actually looking at where they are. You think the mirrors might be a little better than trying to work based off of just sound, especially if she's very quiet. Then without a mirror, you're just completely screwed because you're just looking straight at your feet the whole time you're trying to like walk through an
We
area.
just get some like, visors, so we can't.
Guys, hear me out. Hear me out. We need a bucket with a hole in the bottom. And then we take the bucket, we cut it in half, and then we put it over her head. And then we mend the bucket so she can't look at any of us.
Like,
Isn't it wonderful? I know, I'm so smart.
But we still need to extract her saliva.
There are some snakes that might disagree with that method.
And Bakab, you do what Corlin just said. It's basically a really elaborate version of like using a sack, like a sack over the head, but same concept. But yeah, you are with the 23. You are very familiar with the idea that there are generally Medusa is not a singular legend creature. It's a series of creatures. But they generally have snakes on the head that will resist, will be fighting and biting, and that's usually how they actually kill people, aside from turning people to stone.
Do I know that is it only the Medusa's gaze that turns you into stone, or basically all gaze?
You being within a certain range and not avoiding gaze. It's not like eye lasers coming out. It's seeing their face makes you turn to stone. And it's sort of like just making the eye contact is just cements that whatever that enchantment is that makes people turn to stone.
So would a blindfold, like if we put a blindfold on her, would that prevent her or give us a better chance?
You don't think so. It's possible, but you don't think that would actually a blindfold alone would do much. A sack maybe, because you completely obscure the face.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, we get a sack, not a bucket. I think a bucket's cooler, but whatever. So we get a sack, and then we put it over her head, and then we just take a dagger and gouge out her eyes, and then cut off the snake head. It's like not...
isn't it like just her face, not her eyes?
She's that ugly.
I have met people like that. My ex-wife, well, one of them. Kind of went spidery. It was... Thought it was a phase. It wasn't. Not very good.
But the main problem would be how to extract the saliva.
How
Sure.
long after death do the salivary ducts dry up? I feel like it's like 2 days.
It just
Uh,
depends on if. I think we should be able to.
Postmortem possible. Make a medicine check. I mean, people drool just perpetually. People would just keep drooling until they run out of drool. That could, depending on how hydrated they are, could take a couple weeks. Because there's
make
no
sure
other
she gets hydrated
right.
before the fight.
Like all their blood's
Spicy food.
all their blood's gone, so there's nothing else for the fluids in the body to go to. So they would probably a lot of saliva.
Wait. Another good idea. They're just coming to me. So we take the sack, and we only cover, like, here up. And then we take a horse bridle, for driving horses. And we stick it in her mouth so she can't bite us. While we're just collecting the saliva. I'm full of great ideas today.
I'm not gonna buy those things together in the shop.
A sack and horse bridle? I'll go get it. It's not the strangest thing I've ever gotten.
It's like going to the hardware store. It's like, I'm gonna need some trash bags, duct tape, and a shovel, and be like,
Maybe we can get some pepper, spicy things, and some salivate more.
just throw some ghost pepper powder in her mouth,
I love it!
and then make the guy later put that in his eyes.
Some spicy saliva.
I love it even more!
All the chaos gods have been perked up by this scenario.
It's beautiful. It's the most
I am not
perfect
chaotic.
plan.
I am true neutral.
All right. Well, you all have this discussion. It goes for some time and go down for long rests. Is there a watch being set up in particular, or who, when, and whatnot?
Cat will walk.
You have
watch.
both your elves and a winged cat flying around.
Also,
Also
the
a
familiar
familiar.
cat.
A familiar cat as well. Yes. So who, what, when?
I feel like normal shifts, just me first shift, Sehanine second shift. Because we only need 4 hours of trance.
With cat familiar backup.
Yeah, with Cat Familiar, like, maybe outside the hut.
Sure.
So that, like, it can warn us if something's coming.
Totally. So, first watch, Corlin, I would say perception check with advantage, as you have a animal stalking around helping you.
Thank God for the familiar.
I have that weird thing going on where I can't actually see the other side. There we go.
My cat is better than yours.
You can physically fight me. My cat has wings. And I don't gotta spend like 80 gold to get my cat to turn into something else. My cat already has wings, and it can already catch mice.
I like the idea that this is
I
Caitlin.
can teleport.
I like the idea that it's Caitlin talking to Pow. Like, here's my address, here's a plane ticket, you can come fight me in person about this.
In person!
Come on, guys. Metagaming is not allowed.
Fighting each other in person is considered metagaming and thus not allowed. So Corlin, staying in a relatively hidden spot, kind of within the door. There's a the crack in the door has been the door itself got replaced, so the usual crack you guys are looking through usually is not present. But there is a little actually like hinged like eye line kind of thing, so you're just kind of looking out of that. And at one point you do see a large familiar rat sneaking up kind of towards your guys' house, and a winged cat just and pounce on it, claws and teeth into it. As claws and teeth sink in, the rat just disappears.
It's always the rats.
There's that quick look
My
around.
cat can also catch the familiar bird. Your cat can't.
With the 22, actually no, yeah, it's the familiar cat that pounces the the rat, but then you see as a bird flies by, and then your winged cat in pursuit, like, flying after it. You don't see the conclusion of that encounter, but there seems to be the cats doing their jobs.
When are they gonna stop coming around here? They need to learn every time. They got one dagger out of it, and they still keep coming. Like, leave us alone.
Well, they do have that nice wand. They stole the other guy.
They did get a wand out of somebody, yeah. Then you head over for Sihanin. Sihanin can make, again, a perception check with advantage. Nice. And yeah, no further events noticed. As morning comes, the winged cat wants inside. You gotta let her in, and she just curls up next to Coraline and is kind of snuggled up to a side pocket in particular, where Coraline, you come out of your trance, seeing the cat, they kind of just nuzzled up next to the pocket where you are keeping the stick with the scented herbs and things that have been rubbed into it.
I need, like, an arm bag, like a satchel, so that I can take the cat anywhere, but the cat won't be in danger because it's just in this little satchel instead of just flying around. Like, we can go fight the Medusa, and the cat can't get turned to stone because it's in the satchel. And that way my cat will always stay with me.
Sure, we'll see how that works out. I'm not above turning a cat to stone.
We will torture that Medusa for days to get enough saliva to turn my cat back. Don't underestimate us. Next 3 sessions, it's also Medusa saliva.
3 sessions of just Medusa torture.
The cat would get like petrified midair and then fall.
No.
So
You know what happens when stone falls?
Stop!
Corellin, maybe this isn't a good idea.
Stop
Yeah,
pretending to
think
kill my
real
pretend
cat.
winged cat.
I need my real cat.
I need
You guys
my-
are making me sad.
We're not here for the animal torture. No matter how fantasy an animal it is.
Torture.
idea.
It's all fun and games till the army of, like, unicorn horned rabbits charges.
I would befriend them all.
Not
Don't
an ankle is safe. Alright. So, you all have the morning. Red Knight is muted, I think.
Oh,
Oh,
am I
nope.
muted?
Nope, there you are.
Okay. Before we took the long rest, I wanted to, since we didn't really fight yesterday, I wanted to put my Searing Smite into the spell sword.
Ooh, sure. That is cast at what level?
Second.
Second. So, you cast, that's off your racial ability. You do
Yes.
cast, and you see the runes light up in the sword. As you wake up in the morning, the runes at dawn, one of the runes flickers out, and since it's down to a first level slot in it, the rest of the slot fizzles out as the spell requires a second level spell slot. So it looks like there is a way to shenanigan away aside to get some
4
extra
hours.
spell uses. Huh?
I thought it was 24 hours.
No, it's
Before-
at dawn.
Okay.
So it is a there is
Wouldn't it be like dawn at
the dawn after it was
Out-
charged.
I'll figure some way around this.
Try to figure out some way. There's a way for the casters to shenaniganize it, but there's not a great option to store the racial feature ones.
Okay.
The rest of you kind of gear up, probably head over to the trader. What are you doing with your various animals? Granted, the familiar cat can just blink out of existence and then blink back into existence when the wizard feels like it. But the actual winged cat, are you going to plant that stick to let it watch over the home, or are you trying to bring it with to get a, like a doggy bag for him?
The familiar cat can stay here. I want to bring my cat because I need to find a proper fitting satchel. I don't want my baby to be, like, uncomfortable.
Seeing leans over to the Red Knight and just like whispers in her ear, I really need to get myself a pet.
No.
Let's all get pets!
What do you want?
And we'll take them on all our adventures!
Pets are
I'm
not.
going to wing dog and have it chase hers around.
There is no plot armor on your pets.
Get a blink dog, have it chased.
That's what I was about to say. I wanted to get a blink dog for the party.
There is plot armor on the fact that I will physically cry if my cat dies. Real life tears.
I really don't want
Down
you to
my
put your
face.
cat in a situation where it's gonna die.
Uh,
My cat
I
intercepts
for
the
one
fireball.
thought maybe
There's
we-
not that much I can do. All right.
I think it's best to leave that cat home.
It can make
Yes.
sure that the familiars don't come back and steal any of our stuff.
But we don't have
And you
much
spent
stuff.
quite a large sum on it.
I mean, if you want to see the cat get turned to stone, I'm not going to stop you. But I'm not going to feel sorry.
And if you ask me, that would be something kind of hard to deal with.
Okay. I'm gonna, like... Is there, like, windows or anything to this hut?
A window has been installed. Yes, with blinds. It does open.
I'll have, like, one window a bit open just enough for my cat to slip out so he can go outside if it wants.
Sure.
But I'll plant the stick in the ground so that the cat comes home.
Okay. Done and done. Flying house cat is gonna do flying house cat things. Not a shelf is safe. And
When we come back home, I'm definitely going to use my carpenter's tools to build like a little house for the cat, like adjacent to the hut so it can come in and out whenever it wants.
oh, gotcha. Kind of linked in. Yeah. All right. So you all head over to the general goods store. What would you all like to do or get?
I would like, if they have it, probably, I think, like a 20-foot length of chain.
Shopkeep kind of nods and be like, "Yep, totally doable." Chain. It says
You have-
10. It says 10 gold pieces for 20 feet of chain.
Okay.
How many mirrors do you have?
4. So steel mirrors, right?
Yes.
All right. Yep. Yes, there are 4 steel mirrors. They're just very simple, little rectangular ones. They are 5 gold each.
Can I get some arrows to restock my quiver?
Oh, yes, of course. These little, like, twine-bound bundles of, like, 20 arrows that are a gold each.
So I'm going to get 6.
It's like, it's a bundle of 20 for a gold.
Sorry, I thought you meant per arrow.
No. 20
Or
for,
like
20 for a
120
gold.
arrows for today.
I thought it was overpriced, okay? You wanna say? So she's gonna grab one bundle then, and then also, is there any like strips of leather we could grab?
Kind of looks a little confused, but he's just like, sure. He's kind of like,
You never know when you can gag somebody.
it's just like, oh, okay, sure. Kind of like, it goes off to the side, and he's like, I don't I don't have anything in stock that are strips of leather. He's kind of like thinking for a minute. He's like, let's see here. There's some leather straps on the. He like grabs a backpack, and he's just like, "There's leather straps for this backpack. You could maybe use it as a side satchel kind of thing with removing one of the straps. That's doable."
And Sienine kind of like glances over to Coraline and glances back at the backpack and
Make a real pretty good little pet satchel if you take one of the straps off, and maybe add a little like cloth padding on the shoulder strap, but very doable. It's 2 gold for the backpack, and the shopkeeper's like, I could probably make those modifications.
Yeah, just keep it on the down low. I don't need everybody else to know for a little bit.
Make a deception check.
Not great, but we're doing it.
Yeah, nobody mistakes your meeting. He's sure. Like, see, it doesn't super care, but yeah, it gets a knife out and like cuts one of the straps free to have a leather strap that you can do whatever you're gonna do with it. And then you have a little side step. So 2 gold for the backpack. And then so you have a leather strap, and then you can just give the rest of the bag over to Coraline to use as like a pet pouch.
And so Sienine just kind of like side hands it to you and just goes like, there you go. Now you can stop talking about it. And, like, her facial expression's kind of like, I'm doing this to be nice, but I'm going to be a jerk about it.
All right. You all do see there is one set of manacles. They're actually a little dirty, even rusted in a couple of spots, but there's a set of manacles, which if you're looking to restrain something for a while, that's kind of the main way to go.
How much for the manacles?
They are actually marked at 2 gold.
Take them.
Gotcha.
Might be useful.
Do you have horse bridles? Like the things that go in the mouths?
Kind of gets a little eyes wide and is like, no. There's a man on the edge of town that sells saddles and horses and that sort of thing. He may have what you're looking for.
I guess we can just use the leather strap. I don't want it to be as classy, but it's...
True, I suppose.
Deliberately making a misunderstanding between us and the shopkeep. I want everyone to be uncomfortable.
Right. Make a persuasion check to cause discomfort.
It's my best stat.
You feel your goal has been achieved. Very uncomfortable shopkeep. There's an assistant who has like an undercut on one side who's just like isn't even thinking twice about this whole conversation. It's just like, yeah, well, what else would you do?
Who needs a mute? I have my familiar, so I should be fine.
I'll take one.
Okay. They are marked at 5 gold pieces. Polishing a mirror actually relatively difficult in the time period.
Corellin spent all of their money, plus a little bit of other people's money, on a cat. Corellin has nothing that they can offer.
I'm gonna buy Corellin a mirror.
You buy Corellin a mirror.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Everyone's pity buying for Corella now. Because I'm bad with my money. You showed me a flying cat and I was like, yes.
I'm gonna put my hand on Corellin's shoulder as a thanks for the aerial protection from that blasted bird.
Thank you. You know, it's Abby. She's just so good at her thing.
This is more a thanks to the cat than you.
I know. I know. I know.
Anybody else getting a mirror? So we got Red Knight got one for herself. Caitlin got one, or Corellin got one from Helm.
I've got my giant shield.
You have your big shield. All right.
This might be a slightly unintelligent question, but how exactly do we use these mirrors? Are they reflecting like Medusa's reflection back at herself, or are we using it so that we don't look at her directly?
We don't look at her directly or look around corners, just in case we don't get surprised. That's my understanding, at least.
The idea people seem to be having is to use them to be able to look through, so you're not looking at her, you're looking at the mirror, trying to get a technicality to avoid petrification. See how that works out for you.
I'm just trying to figure out how I use a mirror and also do that through a mirror.
Well, the question is whether or not you're getting a mirror.
Yeah, I think I'll buy a mirror just in case.
All right. That's 5 gold. There's still 1 mirror left.
Would I be able to head over to the blacksmith real quick? I don't plan on getting one.
Gotcha. All right. So you guys have what you want from general goods, heading over to the blacksmith. Blacksmith recognizes you as you walk up.
I would like to pick up a couple of javelins if I could.
Yeah, not a problem. He goes and he gathers up 3 javelins. He's like, you get 2 for a gold. How many do you need?
I'll take all 3.
All right. 1 gold, 5 silver. I've got another one.
Oh, I'll take the 4 then.
Take all 4. All right. So 2 gold to get 4 javelins.
It works.
Okay. Anything else you all require before you set off?
I'm good.
Before we set off, can I visit Ira?
Ira, sure. You're a motherly tiefling magic shop owner. There's that dingling as you walk in, hitting the door, hitting the bell. She looks up and is like, "Welcome back, dear. What can I do for you?"
Has anyone else bought the material required to fly a familiar?
Within what kind of time frame?
I guess around
Within
last
this week.
night, I guess? Around this week.
This week? Yes, several. Of various peoples. Don't usually give out a lot of details about people, but I can tell you probably, 3 or 4 different people. Ranging from a traveling gnome to a highborn elf coming in. Various people.
Any regular?
Any what?
Regulars. Who regularly
That come
here and buy
regularly.
material.
No, not the one that returns over and over. Usually travelers. Every once in a while we'll get a well-to-do folk who comes in every couple of months. But they tend to keep their familiars one particular form for a while, so not much need to come back over and over.
What about
How
like
about
Who? What? Huh?
I was gonna say, what about if they bought like materials in bulk?
Oh yes, there was somebody about 2 weeks ago purchased about 100 gold worth of the incense and charcoal required to do that ritual.
That's out of character. That's like 10
It's like
summonings.
10 summonings. Yeah.
So yeah, so three or four we've managed to kill.
About. But there was that one night where we didn't finish off the bird or the rat.
Oh, if they are doing two, that means they're splitting it. So it would be five nights.
5 each.
Yes.
Not sure what you all are talking about, but good luck with that. Can I help you get anything?
Should there be any more people coming in and buying some materials in bulk? Please be wary of them because we think they may be using the familiars fairies.
Ooh, for some sort of thieving shenanigans.
Indeed.
I suppose that could work. It'd be difficult to do. By nature, they're relatively small animals. It's hard for them to drag away anything too valuable, and be more worried about an owl or something snatching a stray gold piece, I suppose. But I guess it's possible to do some kind of shenanigans. Once I had a boy come in.
The night.
There was a boy who told a story of buying rope and a familiar and having that familiar take a cinching noose type thing and flying it up onto somebody's balcony to tie on. Those kind of shenanigans. But yes, thank you for the heads up. I will be aware of anyone trying to steal my things. I'm not overly worried about it, as she kind of like nods to a corner, and you see two like eyes in the darkness of a corner just like glow for a second and then disappear.
Oh,
There's always someone
what
watching.
that?
Miss Ira, right?
Ira, yeah.
I have a question.
Mm.
Would it be possible to possibly fabricate a piece of like jewelry that would allow me to reduce my size so as to blend in a little easier?
Possibly. Are you just looking to disguise yourself, or do you need to actually physically be smaller?
I would prefer to be a little physically smaller. I tend to stand out among the crowd a little.
Well, if you want to just look normal, that's a relatively simple enchantment that can be completed. Takes a couple of weeks with probably 200 to 300 gold worth of materials, of which I also charge for my time. However, if you're wishing to do something a little more involved, could do a more advanced version of that kind of thing. Would require some research, but could be doable. I would recommend getting me something that can focus that kind of arcane energy easier, just to quicken up the enchanting time. Something very nice. A simple silver band or golden band would work if you're looking for a ring. But, you know, anything with some sort of special mineral on it would help focus the thing.
I can do that.
I'll do some preliminary research and let you know here in a couple of days. But we should be able to channel essentially an alter self ability. I don't know if it would work perpetually without some very heavy enchanting, but entirely
I only
possible.
need to be able to activate it when I'm entering a city.
Something that could work for maybe an hour at a time.
An hour or two.
Possible. Quite possible. See if you can find something to help focus the enchantment. I will do some research on that.
Will do. Thank you.
Indeed. Where are you all heading? You seem all geared up and ready to smite something.
We got a lead on an artifact that we would like to recover. It just happens to be guarded by a particularly nasty monstrosity.
Yeah.
It's a Medusa.
I got It's a Medusa, and the rest came out in some sort of primordial elven.
It's a Medusa. We're going to fight a Medusa.
Ah! Very good. Don't let the ears fool you. I don't speak common. Well... Good luck with that. I don't have much else to say. I'm not much of a weapon enchanter, but I have heard tales of using the fangs from the hair as a anchor for some sort of poison enchantment. So I don't have much else to go on off of that. But good luck to you.
You as well.
Where are you going? North, south, east, west?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Just curious. There are many dangers in this area.
We have a little trust issue with people right now.
We do have major trust issues. Someone tried to kill us, like, a couple days ago.
Oh. Well, such is the life for the adventurer. I would not want to kill any of you, as I need to pay my rent, as well as gather gold and support my business. So, but very well. Have a safe and wonderful time.
Would you like some Medusa hair, or maybe a thing for enchantment?
No, I'm a little packed with the necklace of fireball enchanting that I'm doing. I have some openings for lesser enchantments, but otherwise I'm a little swamped for the next 2 months or so. But
All right.
those seem like they would
Won't
take a
hear
little
from me.
more commitment to the enchanting.
Well, you wouldn't like to just purchase the materials to have later?
Oh, materials go bad eventually if you don't enchant them, so having a whole bunch of Medusa teeth on hand for a year before I can get to them won't necessarily help me that much. That said, if you need a few coin and you come on back and have them sell, I might take them off your hands. Mostly to make sure all of you are surviving and getting by, as adventurers do.
Thank you.
For your time.
Good luck to all of you! You kind of
I
like,
hope you have a great day.
indeed. And she gets back to a mortar and pestle where some familiar looking teeth, one at a time, is getting dropped in and getting ritually ground over the spell book, which has some runes that kind of rise up as she's grinding the teeth down. Seems to be in the middle of some sort of enchanting process for the necklaces she's spoken of. And you all start heading out. Any other stops, or are you gonna start heading north?
I'm pretty much ready,
Coop?
as we're gonna be.
While we're walking, I want to investigate my cloak a little bit more.
Sure.
Because Sehanin's talk of clues to her relics being left in the tombs, and the only things that we found that were notable were these cloaks. I just want to give them a thorough scan up and down, front and back.
Thorough look over as you guys travel. Yeah, go ahead and give me an investigation check. 10. I mean, they are fine cloaks. There is some threading that is put in throughout them that seems to be anchoring whatever enchantment is happening in there. As far as recognizing extra features, you got nothing at this point. But there's possibly something there. No clues on how to activate it, though. Could also just be matching cloaks of elven kind that they had to, sneak around easier.
Is that area like on our way, or is it like a completely different direction?
Totally different direction. Yeah, you guys went, I think, hard west to get to that tomb, and you guys are going pretty well straight north to find this goat path you all have been informed of.
We'll circle back eventually.
Yes.
Yeah, we can get this Medusa out of the way.
Just knock out this monstrosity that could be its own.
This is easy. We're level 3. We're not all gonna die. It's great.
Fine. It's totally
It's just a
fine.
Medusa. Don't worry about it.
Nobody's like a con save away from instantly dying or anything.
We could also put this for a later date. We're all not.
We can postpone our eternal doom.
The thing is, I don't know.
More money, level up a little bit.
I don't know if any of our other artifacts or anything else are like gonna be in easy places. I know that mine is gonna be like a journey.
It's just the Underdark. We're just walking underground. That's it.
Totally.
On a metagame note, the milestone kind of style of leveling up, you all could go try to find jobs to like kill goblins to clear out for a pathway. That's maybe gonna get you some gold, but it's not gonna cause a level up. So you're gonna want to. You guys, you are aware of the location, or supposed location of an artifact of one of you, and that's probably the way to go.
We gotta go get it. He needs it, and we just
Just go.
It's the easiest one right now. Definitely can't go anywhere near mine. We have no idea where yours is. It's quick, easy, kill a Medusa, get out.
We got the location.
I love how many times you said easy and kill a Medusa in the same sentence.
I'm trying to convince myself.
Your pep talk is only working for you, darling.
Current, would you rather we go for my artifact or yours?
Yours, please. Carry on, and I'm just gonna walk right ahead of everyone else. I'm leading the path now.
All right, you all travel northward through what is essentially a lot of farmland. There's an interesting dynamic where when you're closer to the city, it seems like it's mostly high elves that you guys see. And then as you go more out to where there is just a farmhouse every like 10 miles or so, you're noticing it's more wood elves that you're seeing that are kind of working these forest edge farms where there's a mixture of people that have created these crops. And it's not like where if you ever drive through like Ohio or somewhere where there's a 10-mile stretch of rows of corn. You do see there's more of there's like corn planted in a small patch that seems to have some sort of vining vegetable that's growing up the corn with a patch of like squash that is surrounding it and vining outward. And there's patches of those every 20 feet or so. Seems to be the style. There seems to be an ongoing harvest that's going where people are harvesting from one station and then they'll harvest from another, and it seems like they're as things mature, they collect from them. There's a half elf who seems maybe half wood elf who has a cart full of vegetables and such that is heading southward as you all are heading northward. Straw hat, a staff with looks like a small dog in the cart.
By any chance, did the paladin explain to us kind of? No, he wouldn't have. He wouldn't have seen what the person looked like. Would I be able to ask somebody about who may have helped a paladin recently?
From everything you heard from the paladin, he went solo. He just went in to go kill stuff.
On his way back down.
Oh, on his way back down, he has no idea. Somebody helped him. He was freshly blind and had no ways of navigating himself.
Kind of disorients you.
Yeah.
Here, who may have helped a paladin recently.
You have no clues to go off of who would have helped him. Somebody helped him back to town, but he didn't. He has no idea who.
That's fair.
And given on who it was, they specifically did not identify themselves. They just gave him a ride back to town, and gave him a couple of coin and like let him on his way. Which he would have noted that he had learned that they gave him like 2 silver pieces, and then sent it back, like not realizing that he had a pouch of like 1,000 gold on him at the time. Like just like, here you go, buddy. I hope everything works out for you, and like sends him back off. But you do see this half elf approaching. Looks like they have a straw hat that they have on their on some like long loops, so it's on their back at the moment. And they just see 5 adventurers heading northward, and they just give like a nod as you guys are all kind of approaching each other.
Hello. Do you know of a goat path that leads to a terrifying monstrosity?
You all look like the type. It's true. Yeah, you just this path goes right along it. It hits the cliff face, and then this path is gonna head, east and west, and then circle back through the other farms, and then there'll be that goat path that heads on up. You watch out. There's some there've been some shenanigans there recently, so watch out. Watch your backs.
Yes, we're going to take care of something for a friend of ours.
Oh, and I can't stop you. I've seen your type before.
No, it just maybe you saw him heading through town.
Huh?
He was heavy shield and white as stone eyes.
Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah, that's gonna happen up there. Not the first. And I'm not gonna convince you to pick up a pitchfork and help us out in the barn. So, you all have your lives you're leading, and more power to you. Kind of like reaches down and like pops open this long like bean pod and like starts like popping some like white and red beans in his mouth.
Well, thank you so much.
All right. I'll be back there at the evening. If you're, passed out at the bottom of the path, I'll give you a ride back to town.
Thank
Much
you.
appreciated.
Yeah. And it kind of goes, yep, yep. And the donkey that's at the front of his cart, like, kind of picks back up again.
I like your dog.
Thanks, watch out for the griffin! And that keeps riding away.
Griffin. He said Griffin.
Nobody said anything about a griffin.
Is this another adventurer
Hold on.
trying to get us killed? What is this? I'm sick of this.
Okay.
He's
one thing.
a
at a
good
time.
50, 100 feet back, but he just kind of, like, yelled it and, like, gave you a wave and, like, keeps going. Seems like this isn't the first group of adventurers he's seen wander northward. Yeah.
Okay, so
Alright.
Griffin is before or after the Medusa?
You just said watch out for the griffin. He didn't mention any specifics.
No, I'm.
You can go chase him down if you want.
No,
Let's
this is
take
just
it
like
one thing at a time.
Alright, spellcasters. Let's talk some battle strategy.
What do you have in mind?
It depends. Are you more blasters or support? Or debuffers or whatnot?
I'm more of a blaster, and aside from Dragon's Breath, that's what I can.
I'm more of a support. I do know, kind of deep down, that there's some, I don't know what to call it, like embers or a spark of my divine powers that can be of use. But I definitely am not made for the front lines. That was a very long time ago, and I refuse to go back there again.
I'm only
See,
half.
strategy for this would be debuff the Medusa as soon as possible. Take her down. Patrick, do you want to say something? Sorry.
I'm only a half caste. I don't have very many combat spells. They're more for helping myself and maybe others.
That's the same boat I'm in. I do have one particular spell that I could use to potentially make her prone, but I'd need some help coming in after that.
I mean, I could just put it to sleep.
What?
Sleep is good, but we are going to be attacking it, so it won't last long. Also,
Well, just put it to sleep, bind it up, can't blind us, and then we have as much food as we
put the
want, and then
sack
we
on its
chop a head
head.
off.
I love the idea of you
Well,
all like beating the crap out of Medusa and then finally casting sleep, and then it's just like, and then you just like put it on a bed and let her like drool into a cup.
Save some fried chicken in front of her nose so she salivates.
There's many ways to get drool, okay? You don't have to knock the person out.
All right. You all talk some battle strategy stuff as you keep heading north. It gets it to be closer to the evening as you kind of reach what looks like the last farmhouses. You pass by a few like ranching areas, and you get to another area where there's you've always seen a little bit of livestock around in the various farming properties. You start to see no livestock whatsoever in the last few miles as you're getting up towards the more hill and rocky areas, and you see there's an abrupt end to the farming properties, which is more purely agriculture, and then as you approach, and it gets to be just about sundown as you're getting to this bottom of this goat path. Everybody give me a perception check. Nice. So you all kind of take a pause, like a breather for a second. Corlin and Sihanin, as you two kind of look around, scouting out the area, you see, Sihanin, you find what is, at first it's just like, you see a very fat fly, like, fly past your face, and you're like, what? And, as you kind of follow, like, eyeline follows, you can see where there's some, like, fly activity in the, off to the side. As you go over there, you do see what is a giant goat, which is like a warhorse-sized goat, that is down to the, it's partially rotted away with large swaths of the animal that has been torn away and apparently eaten. Give me a medicine check, kind of taking a look at this thing. 6. It was eaten. You gather it was eaten. You kind of... It makes you worry a little bit about the idea of, like, trying to set up camp here at the bottom because some kind of wild animal is eating, catching and eating things this size.
We can take a griffin. We're gonna fight a Medusa.
Can I look around,
the
find
size of a
any
warhorse.
maybe feathers?
Bakab looking around for feathers. You take a good... You guys are kind of like just kind of setting up here at the base of the mountain, taking like an hour or so to take a breather and look around. Bakab spends that entire time looking for feathers, finding 0. Coralon, you kind of take a little opposite path from Sihanin and find what is a section of like gravel that you wonder if it's like fallen off the path or just regular erosion. So it looks weird because it's a different color stone than anything else is made of. There's sort of a darker stone that makes up the side of this starting of a mountain, and this is much more of a very light gray stone. As you go to like walk through and look through it, you get to a patch where there is a section of face with an eye kind of wide open, looking back at you with like this dust and gravel that is laying here on the ground.
Does the face look human or elven?
It's just this section. It's extremely hard to tell if it's anything other than some kind of humanoid.
I will gently and respectfully remove like a couple more pieces just to see.
Mm-hmm. Give me a nature check. Very difficult to tell. And you know, no matter how much you may or may not enjoy the reality of the practice, the fact is that humans and elves are similar enough to interbreed, and there is no way to tell if this is human, elf, half elf. Could honestly, since there's no real skin texture or color that you can discern, this could be half orc or dwarf, or you know, there's almost no way to tell with the small section of a face as it is.
Could I try and remove the horns off the goat?
Yeah, and give me a medicine check on you go check the horns on the goat. And what's Corlin doing?
I wanted to move the sections of stone around the mouth to check for tusks
There's
of a half orc.
none of that. It is just like cheek and eye.
There's no more like face.
There's not like a whole body that's been thrown down and it's scattered across the ground. There's just some gravel and dust, and then this one little section of face.
Okay, I will place the rocks back, and I will offer up a very elven prayer, and kind of like a orc damnation. Don't like orcs.
Gotcha. There's Helm. As you look at what remains of this giant goat carcass, the horns are broken in a way that doesn't make sense for anything that gets like jumped and eaten. The conclusion that you reach, and as you kind of poke and prod at the body, you see certain bones are broken in certain ways, and it becomes very clear that this animal fell from a massive height and shattered most of the bones in its body instantly. So this was not something that got jumped and mauled and eaten. This is something that got dropped off a cliff and then partially consumed.
Guys, we need to move. I don't like the area.
Where shall we move to?
Somewhere not here. This unit was dropped to where it's sitting. It did not get mauled. This may be a victim of the griffin that was mentioned.
Ah. Well. Should we move up or down?
I don't know.
So everybody can let's have everybody make a nature check.
Oh.
Bakab and Helm, both of you kind of think about it, and there are stories of regular, not even monstrous eagles who survive by attacking even larger prey than themselves, but on the sides of mountains, swooping in, grabbing them, and then just dragging them off their perch or their walking, and just letting gravity decide. Swooping in, pulling off, and then letting them go, and just letting them fall hundreds of feet to the ground, and then just swooping in and essentially scavenging the kill that they have caused. You take it that if you're gonna rest, you probably don't want to rest on the side of the mountain, but if you're gonna try to just push through, night might be good, depending on if it's a nighttime or a daytime stalker, which eagles usually hunt in the day. So you get the idea that there's a low chance of it spotting you if you try to rush up the side of the mountain to get past its hunting territory during the night. Or you need to find, like, somewhere away from the side of the mountain to rest, to then go at it the next day. which would have the upside of you being able to see it coming, with it being daytime, as long as keeping an eye out for it.
It's fine. It's just a big bird. I bet my cat could wreck it. It's fine. We can
We
sleep
should
here.
probably sneak by in the just in case. We're gonna fight a Medusa. Don't want any more trouble before fighting a Medusa.
Ooh, if this griffin's like mature, what if it has babies? Then we could have a baby griffin.
I'm on the pets that we have, and possibly more. I don't think it's wise to own an animal that is half cat, half bird.
Those are two of my favorite things. Why is it not wise to own one?
Because they
It,
both like worst aspects of both.
There are no bad aspects of either.
A bastard cat and a bastard bird together.
One's
Not
half
sure.
cat, half bird. The other's half bird, half cat.
One's just two butts.
I think it might be wise to possibly traverse the way up the mountain, probably at night, so as to avoid the ire of whatever is up there. Because
Not
whatever's up
consider-
there is large enough to rip a goat, this goat, off of the mountain. It may not be wise to be up there while it's awake.
Well, if we're climbing up the mountain to rest during the day, we're going to be sleeping during its hunting time in its hunting grounds. It will just pick us up and throw us off the mountain too.
not
If we're going to rest, we
necessarily.
should rest here, outside of its hunting grounds, and then move in the day so we can see it coming. And we could make double time to get past his hunting area during the day.
Yes, but during the day, he can see it more easily. You know? And there's a chance that we might bypass this hunting area if we continue traveling through the night.
I think it might be wise to try and pass through its territory in the evening when it cannot see us, rather than risk it being able to see us. I do not
Right.
think any of us would be able to survive what that unit of a goat did not.
Right. I feel like that goat has more muscle on like one of its legs than I have in my entire body. And that's a lot. I am 7 feet tall. So I feel like one of its bones is the thickness of all of my bones put together. It's probably okay, we can go right now. I'm just tired. I'm not used to being tired. I don't like it.
So, were you all voting to try to sneak up during the night and get past the area?
Yes.
All right. So with the sun setting in the distance, you all get to the entrance to this goat path, which is effectively zigzags back and forth as it kind of goes up this steep rocky hill, which we could call the base of a mountain range kind of thing. So with the cover of night, what's our marching order? It is a single file kind of path.
I
I
can't
am
be
not in front. I don't have dark vision.
There are people without dark vision who probably want to be in the middle.
The Red Knight will go first.
Red Knight in front.
I think I'd prefer to be on the back, but I don't have to be just further in the back.
Gotcha.
Corlin will be right behind the Red Knight.
Gotcha. So, Red Knight, Corlin, and then Bakab, Helm, and Sihanin in the back.
I think that works.
Gotcha. Whoop. Oh man, I started with something that made sense in my notes, and then it immediately fell apart. There we go. Okay. So, we need the Red Knight to make a perception check, unfortunately with disadvantage, even with the dark vision. We're operating on grayscale and low light on a side of a mountain. I need to fix my settings.
13.
13? That's not terrible. You have managed to keep a pretty good eye on the path moving forward and finding good spots on the turns, making sure to point out to people when you're hitting loose patches and keep an eye onto everything. So we will need everybody to make a stealth check as you're trying to move quietly up this mountain range and not draw any griffin type attention. Some of you do have disadvantage from armor reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Goes with Cloak of Kind, fish, right?
Cloak of Elvenkind granting advantage to two of you, yes. Wow.
I got a -1.
It was a 6 and then it was a nat 20, so think.
All right.
Woo!
So we've got... All right. So your average is like the one who didn't get a nat 1 or a nat 20. Oh my. That's hilarious. All right.
2 nat
That's-
1s and 2 nat 20s. That's hilariously balanced.
Technically, there were 3 nat 1s. Just one of them was a griffin.
Stop! You quit that right now! Night battle with a griffin, guys! Let's go! We all have disadvantage on all of our attacks.
No one can see anything.
It did get a.
How about this? How about this?
Now you all are
How about we
heading up the
continue?
mountain.
We all leave.
You are heading up the
Can't
mountain,
find anything, we're not
torchless.
here.
At one point, the Moonweaver in the back, you swear you hear like a woof of like large wings in the distance, and then you kind of pause and look, seeing nothing, and then you all just keep continuing up the path, and you all manage to successfully get up the path, not encountering this griffin. Takes you the majority of the night, kind of moving quietly to get up. But you do get to the top, just as the sun has its glow starting to come up over the horizon, the opposite horizon from where you saw it set, and the top of the goat path leads into this much more flat area. That then it's a rocky face that goes up there, but in only a few hundred feet away, you can see carved into the side of the rock face what would be the front face of a temple, carved directly into the side of the mountain, with looks like one or there are 2 entrances near each other with these double doors leading in, with stone archways and a bit of a battle scene carved into the stonework, some of which has eroded over time, and you all can look over, seeing the glow of the magical lights of the city behind you, and farmland kind of outstretched almost all the way to the horizon, where you can see that slight glow, which is starting to dissipate now with the natural light of the sun coming up. But you guys did well enough, and it did bad enough on perception. I wasn't expecting a nat 1 from the griffin to have no chance of even trying again. This apparent side of the mountain threat is completely avoided.
Right, so here's what I'm thinking. I can... Wait. Is it if you lock eyes with a Medusa that you go to stone? Or is it if a Medusa, looks at your hand is now stone?
It's if you lock
If you look
eyes.
Okay. So... I can, right out of the gate, cast Bane to kind of slow the Medusa and make it more susceptible to the rest of our attacks. So I think that I should be second in line after someone who's a little bit meatier than me. I am very fragile.
I feel like we should split up since the beginning.
What was that?
What?
I think we shouldn't go in a single file line.
Is the entrance to this place, like, huge, or is it, like, a door?
You can see two near each other, double doors. So they're basically two 10-foot wide entrances that are right next to each other with a... it's based on looking at how everything's carved. It looks like there's maybe been some erosion that is covering possible other entrances. It's almost like the one half of this front of this temple has had like stonework collapse past it. So it is like a partially buried temple in the side of the mountain.
Is it possible for us to lure the Medusa out here?
I could create some sounds with minor illusion to make that happen, or at least get her to reveal herself, maybe.
Yes, you can create some sounds, and I can also cast Minor Illusion to make, like, a person. So it's like she looks out and it's a person, and she can't turn it to stone, so she's going to want to come out and investigate.
Ooh, now it's happening.
Do I possibly remember my own like temple?
Yeah, make a history check.
Would that be just regular, or
Be a straight history check, yeah.
I do hope this is one of the few times I roll good.
Huh?
13.
Decent.
You vaguely remember a prime temple that had 4 sets of double doors leading into it that was built into the side of a mountain. That was a place for people to come and worship. You remember a well, like a reflecting well that had water that would reach up almost to the top of the well, and people that was like perfectly still and clear, and people could sort of meditate looking into it. That's about the specifics you've got off of it. You remember something bad happening there and some sort of corruption taking over and like abandoning it. And then there's a vague memory of sending your champion to cleanse it. But you don't have a memory of how that worked out.
Lovely.
Who here has the worst stomach, the worst constitution?
Who dumped Khan because they want to play a secondary character?
I'm not trying to point fingers, but I'm suspecting either the pod or Corellin.
I can hold my own when drinking alcohol.
Got it, Corellin.
My saving throw is not bad.
Is it above a +1?
I have a plus.
What?
I have a +1, so I'm sure that's everybody else is better. I'm sure.
So I will go over to Sehanine, and I will touch her on the shoulder, and I will cast a resistance cantrip.
Cool. That's concentration for a minute.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And it's a cantrip, so if we don't fight within the next minute, I can just re-up it.
Right. You can feel that little, sort of a little buff to your system as the enchantment takes hold. But also that it's a bit fleeting, that you're gonna need to re-up it if you're not going in right now. You also all are kind of checking the horizon, knowing that you're at the edge of that point where you need to get another long rest in, where if you handle this in the next hour, you'll probably be fine. You can rest after, kind of thing. But if you're not going in pretty soon, you're gonna start to feel the effects of like marching up the side of the mountain, in the darkness without taking a rest.
I have an idea. I can send in my cat, surveil things out, and should things well, we might be engaging in combat, or we rest.
I got like every other word of that.
Yeah, same.
I can send in my cat to surveil the area, and if things goes well, we can start to initiate a fight, or things is going so well, set up camp somewhere else.
Yeah. I mean, if your cat. I mean, isn't your cat kind of fragile? I feel like a hard breeze could poof it back to the Feywild.
Should be fine. I can always bring it back.
I mean, it is just a fey creature. There's a million of them. So, yeah. Yeah, send in the cat.
Alright. Everyone get in position.
Give it that.
Cool.
Yep.
All right. Okay, so you all approach those double doors. I should say the double doors. There are two sets of them. So you're planning to crack one of the doors open and let the cat go in to take a look around?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll open the door a little,
Gotcha.
just in case.
So Helm goes up to the door. You trying to do this quietly?
I'll sort of stay out the back, but still in the 100 feet range.
Gotcha. We'll say you're like 80 feet back or something, so you can the cat can move a little bit. And so Helm, give me a sleight of hand check.
Yay.
The door sticks a little bit, and everyone is sort of just outside the door except for Bacab's a little ways back. And there's just like a turn of the knob or a turn of the handle, and then you go to push and it just like sticks. You push a little harder and it's still kind of stuck. You finally push a little harder and then suddenly opens up and you kind of sling it back a little bit. But it didn't happen that quietly. But nevertheless, Faye cat slinks in. Bacab, are you glazing over, going into cat vision?
Yep.
Looking in, you can see there is a small candelabra that is freestanding in the center of what seems to be the immediate area, giving off a slight glow of like one candle that's still lit. And there are multiple figures in the room. Go ahead and give me a cat's perception check, which is it just has a +3, so it's a d20 +3.
Don't they have advantage too on sight related?
Nope.
No, only smell.
Yep. Nope. That's a nope.
Oh, I was thinking of owls.
Oh, gotcha. Cat slinks in, immediately sees there are two figures near the glow of this candelabra that have their backs turned, but there seems to be a pair of guards that are kind of guarding this front area. They're not moving or attacking, but they are standing there.
Can I have the cat sneak around the perimeter to see what else it could see?
Give me a cat stealth check, which has a +4. D20 +4. Which seems pretty good. The cat sneaks along, going left or right?
I'll have it go right.
Right. There is what looks like a little setup area in a small corner in front of the rightmost double door. There's a small table that seems to be covered in various chunks of rock that have been kind of organized over there. Leather strips, chunks of like random debris. Coming around the corner, neither of the guards that are plainly visible are doing anything. They just kind of standing watch. Continuing inward and kind of keeping to the right, you can see there's an additional just the back outline of like one more. At first you think guard again, but they're in a bit of a more of like an action pose, like they're in the middle of doing something, but they remain perfectly still. And there is another smaller door to the right, which is currently shut. But you are getting to the edge of where it is pitch black to the scale that even the cat is having a hard time making out any kind of detail.
Can it sniff the air, try to see if there's anything pungent?
Sure. Give me a perception check with advantage.
Ooh, 19. So 23.
23. You do. There's a deep smell of just dust and kind of brackish water. There's like there's the scent of there's sort of an herb scent for a moment, where a very distinct, very strong smell of like freshly ground like mint and basil. And then we need the cat to make a Constitution saving throw, which a cat has a plus 0.
12.
Oh, the cat, as you go to walk, have the cat walk a little farther in, the cat just kind of locks up, is utterly restricted in its space. So the cat fails to do any other kind of movement, as a voice from the shadow that its face kind of like someone knelt down to take a look, as you can see the face through the eyes of the cat, and snakes swirling around, and just be like, I take it I'm going to have visitors in a moment. I could use some new decorations. Huh?
Does the smell of mint, is it getting closer as the Medusa is getting closer to the cat?
Yeah, it gets pretty intense for the cat as this Medusa gets eye level with the cat. Give me another Constitution saving throw for the cat. So, cat is you lose vision of the cat. I didn't know I needed to like repaint a cat miniature to be stone, so I'll just put something in there.
If a fey creature in this plane gets turned to stone, would they poof back, or is that your familiar stuck in stone?
Everyone make a perception check for me.
That's a good question. Don't know the answer to.
All right. Let's see. Helm hears something happen inside. Not sure what. The Red Knight and Coraline, you hear a door open and shut, and then the Moonweaver and Bakab hear a door that's to the right of the chamber. Hear that opening and shutting from a particular door. It sounded like it was maybe 30 feet inside, but you hear a door to the right of the chamber open and then shut.
All right. From what I've seen through the cats, Medusa had a very strong mint smell on it. If you start smelling that with your eyes, and there's also, I think it was 3 figures in the middle, was petrified.
I mean, like, if I'm close enough to smell her, I'm already stoned. So maybe we should all take a couple steps back.
Are we letting it come to us, or are we going in?
We don't want to fight inside of its territory. We don't know what traps it has or anything. We could just let it come out here. Break enough stuff and it's bound to come out.
Is the door made of stone or wood?
The doors themselves are, look at 3 of them are, looks like are definitely stone. One of them is wood. Looks like it's been replaced at some point.
I'm gonna use thaumaturgy to open all of them. Like,
Doors
slam.
open. Doors open.
Corlin's going to really quickly re-up the 1-minute resistance on Sehanin,
Gotcha.
and then jog like 20 feet back.
Running backwards from the newly opened entrance, enough daylight pouring in that you all can see what looks like a receiving area corner, and then into a room that has some wood in the floors as well as stonework that you can see, and shadowy figures just at the edge of the site that you can see.
Nice.
I would say also the Moonweaver in particular, Sihanin, as you all are kind of suddenly like just about getting ready for action, you can see a massive pair of wings with a very large body connected to the base of them, flapping in your guys' direction, a little ways off, probably a few hundred feet away, but approaching.
Are we going to have to fight a griffin? It's hard to drop the accent when I'm not talking in game. Are we going to have to fight a griffin and a Medusa at the same time at level 3?
Depends entirely on where you guys decide to be.
We have to make a call on whether we want to fight inside or whether we risk staying outside and getting caught in that mess.
Actually,
Where there was a griffin in the area, and multiple doors just went kaboom, kaboom, open, and now there is a consequence, and there is a Medusa aware that you're approaching.
if we all can hide, I can try to lure the griffin here.
Oh, griffin's coming.
The Medusa may hear it coming.
the doors, shut the door, and let them fight it out.
Exactly.
Shove the griffin in. You guys do see, there's a
Well, I
distinct...
mean, does a griffin count as a celestial, elemental, fae, or fiend?
Not as far as you know.
Damn.
Whether this particular griffin does is a entirely separate question, but the average griffin would be considered a beast. Beast or monstrosity, one of those two.
I mean, we could try to lure it in and trap it with the Medusa. We could cast minor illusion if we all hid and like make a little rabbit or something.
With that, the griffin's about 200 feet away.
Well, if you consider the fact that the griffin ate a giant goat, I think rabbit must suffice.
A giant goat, and I'm gonna make it make goat noises.
Now, I should mention, if anybody's using minor illusion creates an object.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Someone else has to do the sound.
I could do the sound. I can't do the object.
Minor illusion can make an object, but an object or a sound, but it can't make a creature, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So, like, you can do one of those, like, Skyrim, like, armor dummies, but you can't necessarily make it, like, a guy. So, like, an armored up dude.
We could make a big stuffed animal. And
Big
hope
teddy bear.
that it passes.
Minor illusion maximum casting 5-foot cube.
Great.
Yeah.
Corlin, you
But, I mean,
are
a
muted.
5-foot stuffed animal's pretty big.
Caitlin,
I
we
wasn't
can't
pressing
hear
the
you.
right button. We could make like my cat, and then we can make it 5 feet by 5 feet and
As
a
you all-
big cube.
As you all discuss this, the griffin is now 100 feet away.
Okay. Then we
I
send
say
it
we
up
go
in the air,
inside and close
and then we
doors.
make the sounds of wings flapping and make it kind of float downwards. So the griffin is like, "Ooh, there's a thing," and goes and gets it and make it go inside of the building, and the griffin will chase it in.
So y'all are gonna need to roll initiative.
I say we jump inside and close the doors and deal with the griffin after.
I don't want to fight a Medusa on her turf.
I don't want to fight two at the same time.
I say we let them duke it out.
Let them
Yeah,
fight.
I want our DM to narrate a Medusa Griffin fight where we just sit and watch with the popcorn.
I want this to be like one of the mappers, you know, where it's like, how do I want to do this?
Those are always the best.
All right, we're gonna need. Whoop. Oh geez,
Fun.
filters, come on. Okay, I'm gonna try to get my camera to function here. All right, so there are you all. Kind of huddled over here with Macabre. Kind of, I don't want to put you right next to the doorway, but let's do. Oh geez, okay.
Krillin did jog like 20 feet back
Right.
after re-upping that resistance.
So what you're saying is you're very close to where the griffin is.
Yeah, just want to remain accurate, guys.
All right.
Congratulations! Our first party death.
Stop! I just got a cat!
I'm not the one who wanted to debate your plans. Okay, so initiatives. Let's see here. I can't see all of them. Let's see. Well, Moonweaver did awful. Let's see.
Red Knight got 12.
Red Knight got
Now
12,
just kill me.
Corellin's 13.
and Helm's at a 20. Oh, I put stuff in the wrong spot.
I think that's a 9.
That is a. I can't tell.
That is a 9 for Bocop.
9 for Macabre. All right. All right. That is a very good for the Griffin.
Stop.
You're like, stop it, and I'm like, ah.
No, like, it's like stop, but it's like, but Griffin? But we're gonna fight a Griffin? Like, yeah, I love it.
All
I'm
right.
100%
Alright.
a battle junkie. But it's
How
also
about
like, but
this?
no.
I vote that we close
We
these
can-
doors up real quick before, if we have to fight the griffin, I think it'd be kind of bad if Medusa came up behind us.
Now, had the Red Knight did the doors shutting recently? I kind of missed that.
Yeah,
I thought we
pretty sure-
opened them.
Yeah,
No.
she opened them, but I thought Marty said something about shutting them. You've had
Yes.
one action so far to shut them. The other in the corner is still open.
Isn't it like everything, all doors?
Is it all doors in the area, or
I'm pretty sure it is. That's why it makes thaumaturgy like a weird godly.
weird? Like, I work with the gods. All the windows or all the doors. I haven't read it in a while.
Oh, it's just an unlocked door or window. So I guess it's just one.
Gotcha. So we'll
That means
give it
only-
some liberty to it and say it's one of the double doors.
That means one opened last time.
Unfortunately, first up is the Griffin, who is gonna go at Coraline. I have a Griffin miniature. It's somewhere. It's just not. Oh wait. Oh, that'll work.
I will remember you.
I'm not dead yet!
Pouncing on
Good boy.
Coraline is this Griffin, which Hippogriff will have to do for now. So it's gonna start out trying to make a claw attack. Ooh, that's a 23. Which I do believe will hit. Is oh boy, that is 13 damage to Coraline, and is going to use that as a chance to grab onto you. So you'll need to make either an athletics or an acrobatics check to try to not be grappled by this griffin.
You can start singing the funeral song now.
This griffin buries claws into Coraline, and its wings beat as you watch as Coraline comes off of the ground, only about 5 feet or so, as it looks like it's about to turn and fly for the edge, which is a good 30 feet away from you guys. But next up would be Helm. What will Helm do?
You don't smite this griffin. I don't know what else you should.
Krillin is currently being carried the hell away.
Coraline's legs kicking, much like a rabbit that an eagle has snatched up off the ground.
Up towards the griffin.
I cannot hear you.
I'm gonna move towards the griffin, and I'm actually gonna try and take a swing at it.
Gotcha. Trying to swing at the griffin. It is currently low enough that you can do so, as it's holding on. The one-handed worm hammer. That's going to connect. Yeah. Go ahead and roll damage. So just hitting it for 7 damage. Yeah.
And then, as a bonus action, I'm going to attempt to use Compelled Duel.
Nice. So it can only attack at you, or it'll have disadvantage if it does not. There's a saving throw for it. Yeah.
It also cannot move more than 30 feet away.
Ooh, nice. Can we turn your volume up a little bit? Yours just got very quiet all of a sudden.
Give me a second. Let me figure
But
out.
is it a wisdom saving throw, or?
Yes.
Okay. That is a 15.
I think that passed.
I think that does, yeah. But you give it a whack, and it just sort of just glares down at you, and it's just like its wings continuing to beat. And And the Red Knight, what would you be doing?
Isn't it?
Yeah, that's
No.
my turn.
Oh no, yeah, that's right. I've got Coraline. So Coraline, you are in this thing's talons.
The only thing I can think to do is cast sleep at 2nd level.
Make an Arcana check for me. Eight.
Cool.
You know enough to
You're
try
gonna
to.
put us to sleep.
You try to. You know enough to aim it upwards so that the radius only hits the griffin. So I believe that's 6d8 you get to roll. I haven't cast sleep in a long time.
All
If it's
six.
like
All
enough.
six.
I think you roll like something like 5d8 plus a d8 per spell level, and that many hit points of creatures will fall unconscious. So 30 hit points of creatures. Your spell goes off. It does go over the head of the griffin. You see the magic dust circle around it and fly up its nostrils, which it just huffs them out of its face.
It was 41.
41. Oh, gotcha. Total.
The higher level cast.
Gotcha. Nope. That is not enough. It is a big, tough thing that has barely been hit.
So
So far.
I'm clutched in its grasp, and I have, like, very little offensive spells. So...
The poof of dust has no effect, and you have not yet escaped its grasp. And then the Red Knight is up.
Alright, I'm gonna take my glaive out. I'm gonna charge at it,
Sure.
and I'm just gonna try to stab it.
Glaive stab. 5 damage. Alright.
And that'll end my turn.
You managed to nick it right in the torso. A couple of feathers fly off.
Oh!
No. Next up would be Bakab.
Please just set this thing on fire.
Burn it with fire.
I don't. I'm gonna go with Pokemon logic here. Flying type is weak to lightning type, so I'm gonna use Chromatic Orb,
Sure.
and it's gonna deal lightning damage.
Okay. Is that an attack? Yeah. So that's an attack roll. So that's a hit with the 23. With 18 lightning damage.
Lightning damage.
As it takes the big chunk of damage, it does drop Coraline. As it has been having to do from each hit, but each hit not doing enough to break its grasp. But with 18, that's a solid chunk.
Corellin is very bloodied and just laying down.
Yeah.
Breathing heavy.
Speaking of bloodied, as is the griffin, and it's always on a mission for easy meals. So it simply disengages and flies 80 feet away from you all. Woof, woof. The gusts of air blowing everyone's hair and loose bits back as it takes off. That would be... It would come to Sihanin.
It's disengaged now, right?
It has disengaged. It has flown off about 80 feet from your all's position.
Do we want to move inside now? Because if we moved inside and defeated Medusa, there's a chance we could rest inside the tomb before coming back out and dealing with the griffin again. So.
Sure.
That might be a good idea.
Could anybody heal Corellin?
Helm, it is your turn.
Yes.
I'm at a glorious 5 hit points.
Grolin is plainly and visibly pretty effed up.
I'm gonna move my way over to Corlin, slap her as I use lay on hands for the full 15 I'm down.
So you heal for
Don't die on me
15.
now.
Oh, I can adjust your volume on my end. There we go.
Theanine is going to head
Pat-
into the tomb.
Patrick, give me a check.
What kind of check?
No, just say check.
Check.
All right. That's all I can do. All right.
Just for point of order, Corellin uses they them pronouns by the books, and I also use they them pronouns.
Gotcha.
And after I essentially bitch slap Corellin, I'm going to make my way over to the entrance as far as I can.
There's a weird smack that also heals for 15. And you make your way over to one of the entrances.
But if I can, I
You
wanna
can get
have
in
this-
if you want.
I'm gonna stand kind of where I am, but I want to have my shield kind of up, so that way, if by chance the Medusa's that nearby, I
Mhm.
won't gaze into her eye.
You are not looking up into the chamber, but you are approaching.
Yeah.
Gotcha. The other question is if a 24 hits.
Yes.
All right. That is 6 piercing damage with an additional 8 poison damage.
I'm actually going to use Stone's Endurance.
Gotcha. So Stone's Endurance that's to reduce it by a certain amount, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and roll your, I think it's a D10 plus something for the
I think
14.
it's a D12.
The D12?
I am double checking. I've got it pulled up.
Gotcha.
D12 plus con mod.
Gotcha. Go ahead and roll for that.
D12 plus con mod is 2.
6, which I believe the initial hit was. So you guys watch as an arrow flies out of the darkness to a fleshy bit on Helm, but that chunk of skin just goes to stone, and the arrow shatters on it, dealing no damage instead, and also thus no poison damage. So the arrow flies out of the darkness, doing no effect. And Corlin, what are they doing?
Corlin is going to stand up and is going to cast Minor Illusion
All right.
of a just kind of like a floating head that's gonna peek around the corner of the doors.
Just a like a stone statue head just peeking in.
Yeah, like fleshy colored kinda, but not very good.
Right.
Arts and craft skills aren't my best.
So
And I
like
just wanna
I'm
kinda-
picturing the Shia LaBeouf heads from the actual cannibal Shia LaBeouf.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
Yes. And just kind of wanted to gauge where the arrows are kind of coming from.
Gotcha. No additional arrow flies out as you create that illusion.
Dang.
But that illusory head is present there. Anything else? Any movement from them, or?
I will move kind of like I'll just move 5 feet to the left.
Gotcha. Sidestepping a little bit. And then the Red Knight.
I'm gonna go up to the second to the right door.
Second to the right. Oh, yeah, sure. So you kind of go over to
That is
there.
not me.
So those doors are shut.
That's not my mini.
Oh,
I
yep.
think that's.
I got all turned around there. Ugh. There we go.
Gonna swing one of these open.
Gotcha. With that, because you actually have the dark vision to kind of see what's going on. There is a what is plainly visible as you look in would be basically everything straight ahead of you, unless you want to actually go inside. There is a
I don't think
there is a
you-
stone cat next to a stone archer type figure. Let's see which of these is causing.
How much movement do I have left?
You have about 15 feet of movement left.
I'm going in.
Gotcha. You guys going straight in?
Yes, and I'm gonna be looking down. Actually, no, I'm gonna have my mirror out and start, use it to make sure there's nothing around the corner of the door when I walk in.
Give me a perception check with disadvantage. All right. You can see there's all these shadowy figures, and you can catch the kind of the outline of them with your dark vision. A small stone figure on top of or kind of looking down into a well, as well as these other stone figures around the room. There is a figure back in the far left corner that you worry might be someone who's not a statue. It may be an actual threat over there in the corner.
I'm gonna use thaumaturgy to make my voice louder and say, "Is anyone home?"
A booming, "Is there anyone home?" Followed by Bakab. Just outside with the giant Shia LaBeouf head in front of you.
Can I move behind the Red Knight? Not behind him.
Yeah, you can see that she ran in and made the booming voice, but yeah, you could you can give me a perception check with disadvantage, unless you want to make it be a straight check. With disadvantage 11. Yeah, you can see where and get kind of right behind and around the corner, or just right behind.
Just right there.
Gotcha. Kind of looking through the mirror, you can see without dark vision, you can see just the area right around this candelabra, including the two plainly visibly stone figures that are there. You can actually see that all of their gear, as well as themselves, have been completely turned to stone. They seem relatively untouched, almost like they've been kept as decoration. The one with the axe is actually not stone, which seems odd. But
Is the axe shiny?
it's not glowing in particular, but there is a shine on it like metal against candlelight versus everything else, which is stone against candlelight.
I will move behind that big, or the
Behind.
one to the right of the candle, the lava.
Gotcha. Yep, you can get right to there. Standing in the candlelight, behind the very stoic stone figure.
I will use my action to attempt to hide behind that statue.
Make a stealth check. So the 9 on the
With
left.
disadvantage.
Well, whenever you accidental advantage, disadvantage, you just take the one on the left. So, 9 it is. All right. Not super hidden. Specifically went into the light and just hiding behind basically a person. Then there is from right over here. There is an arrow that is loosed in the darkness. Has advantage, firing over at the Red Knight. And that is an 18 to hit. That is a hit.
Yes.
All right. That is 8 piercing damage with 6 poison damage. It's from her hip in a small quiver. She pulls one of half a dozen or so arrows, none of which you quite catch before there's just an arrow flying at you. And she then lets out a laugh and says, "New statues and some tasty bits too." As she she goes and she runs through this door off to the side and then disappears from view. Then, Sihanin. Still outside, you heard the thump of the arrow into the Red Knight.
All right, so she's going to sneak inside. Wait, never mind. She's just gonna come inside. And can she investigate if there's anything further past the well?
Not without going over there.
What if she were to go over there?
Yeah, she could totally go over there. All right, so you're gonna head that direction. You get to about there with your movement. And then if you're not, you can either take a disadvantage perception check with your mirror, or just take a straight roll perception. Up to you.
This is one room, right? And the well is behind it, correct?
There is, you do not see a back wall. It is as you see. There are stone figures.
She took the door to the left.
Did you see, well, it's still a question. Are you looking plainly or are you looking through a mirror?
I'm going to take a gamble and I'm going to look plainly.
All right. So, you do have some dark vision. Whoop.
Investigation or perception?
Give me a perception check. 11. You do not... You can see the open door that, where you're used to being able to see outlines and things. When you look through that open door, it is just flat blackness. As though there's nothing to see beyond the door. Except for pure shadow.
I was trying to look past the well.
Yes.
Not at the door.
Right.
Okay.
But you are plainly and simply looking around to see what you can see. And there's all of these various statues. You can see a dual dagger-wielding statue near where she must have taken off. The figure with the axe, which is the only thing attached to a former person, that is not been turned to stone. Stone cat's a bit of a raised platform with looks like a half elven woman with a staff just covered in various like vines and flowers and things, with some sort of stone marked at the tip of it. An additional figure towards the front, and what looks like a slight glow in the distance of some sort of circle of arcane origin. But you can see the entirety of this chamber as it is, with a small raised platform with that one stone figure. Except that you do not see the Medusa anywhere.
Awesome. Thanks.
Yeah. Ooh, I should give her a turn. Ooh. And let's see. Any actions you wish to take?
I could try and stealth to. Can I try and stealth behind that statue I'm right next to?
Bacab is currently there, taking up the only area to hide behind.
That's it. That's all I got.
I gotcha. Okay. Helm.
Yes.
Everyone else has charged in. You are back behind the doors with Corlin as well.
I'm gonna make my way in since everyone else is in. I am gonna lower my shield for now.
Okay.
So everyone else is already inside. And then I actually want to try and make my way over to the guy with the axe.
Okay. Are you looking around plainly, or are you covering your vision?
I am looking around plainly.
Gotcha. So give me a perception check.
Yay.
Yes, you make out that as you approach, it is a full two-handed axe. So it is meant to be wielded with two hands. It is bright and shining and pristine in the darkness with just the candlelight. Very different from everything else that's around.
And then for my action, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to use Detect Magic.
Oh, all right.
Which allows me to sense magic items and what the school of magic they are.
Right.
So I will be able to tell if it is actually, in fact, just a magic weapon.
Gotcha. For your action using Detect Magic, you see the shimmer, the dust in the air turns slightly silver, and you can see that the axe does glow in accordance with an enchanted weapon that has been enchanted for enhanced damage and effectiveness, which I believe is Abjuration, if I'm not mistaken. It has the school you would expect to see with like a +1 weapon. So you don't see it's not like a conjuration where it can you have no suspicion that it can cut through space-time and summon a demon or anything like that. It's seems to be a plainly magic weapon.
That might just be enchantment.
Enchantment is about manipulating people, like charm person and things, where I believe it's abjuration for enhancing abilities. Whatever the spell magic weapon is, that is the enchantment on it.
Okay. That's going to be the end of my turn.
Gotcha. That is transmutation. My mistake. So there is a very light transmutation enchantment on the axe. Up next would be Corlin, the last one outside.
Corlin will come inside, because apparently we're doing this now. And we'll cast Dancing Lights.
Ah.
So that they're covering as much areas possible, like in a straight line, but still 20 feet apart, so that, or within 20 feet of each other, so that they don't go away.
I gotcha. We'll say like there to start. Where'd all my other thingies go? So there's just a like a woof 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 all the way through there. So the whole chamber. So you probably have like on them right there. That would basically fill the whole immediate chamber, except for whatever lies beyond that glowing circle in the back. But it just lights up the entire area.
And that is concentration, so Sehanin loses the resistance.
Gotcha. So,
Can I get a heal word?
now a question, is Corlin sort of avoiding their gaze, or are they just plainly looking into the chamber? Looking down? Oh, you muted yourself. You went mute.
I'm like looking down, saying like, you go this far, and you go this far, and stay within this part, and...
Right. You can kind of like eyes angled at the ground, but you have a general sense of filling the forward area with light. All right, so you have avoided your gaze, but cast the spell. So, next up is Bakab.
Can I move near to the door that we last saw on Medusa, or
You could head over there if you wanted, yeah. So you try to follow that way.
Yeah.
Kind of squeezing between 5, 10. How much are you looking up versus avoiding your gaze?
I'm just looking down the entire way.
Gotcha. You knew it was over there somewhere. You catch up to the doorway, and you can catch on your peripheral vision just pure pitch blackness beyond the door. But you still have 5 feet if you wanted to go through the door.
I think that's a good idea as of right now.
Huh?
I don't think that's a good idea as of right now.
Right. You just hanging right outside the door.
Okay. Bonus action, dragon breath myself. Give myself fire breath.
Cool.
Then as an action, I will close my eyes and breathe fire into the door.
Eyes shut, breathing fire into it. All right. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Thirteen fire damage.
All right. Okay, and then that's your turn.
Yep.
All right. So I believe Corlin is looking down, but everyone else I believe was taking a looks plainly into the chamber kind of round. Bakab.
My eyes still closed.
Yeah. Bakab went eyes shut, breathing fire into the area wherever the Medusa went. You all see. That's actually appropriate. The door, in a explosion of fire, gets blown off of the hinges on this side, and running out of the darkness is a mildly burnt Medusa, going 5, 10, 20, going here. And she's just like, just very angry at everyone. Is gonna move on. She doesn't really have a huge opinion on that, so is going after the Red Knight. Her snake hair lashes out at the Red Knight. That is a 23 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
That's that is 5 piercing damage. And another 11 poison damage.
I'm down.
Red Knight drops unconscious, which may help her out actually in a moment. That is the end of the Medusa's turn, which immediately goes to Sihanin, who, starting your turn within 30 feet, without having avoided your gaze beforehand, needs to make a possibly very fateful Constitution saving throw.
Hey, DM, you totally skipped my turn.
Did I? Where you at? You're on 12?
Yeah, I was supposed to go after Corellin.
Oh yeah, we are way past you. What were you going to want to do before the events that just unfolded?
Let's see. Probably not. I wasn't actually gonna stay there. I was gonna go straight back towards the 2 farthest dancing lights.
Oh, trying to head in deeper in the chamber?
Yeah.
Yeah, you would have gotten to about there with...
Can I have my hit points back?
I would say, yeah. Although that's...
You're still unconscious, but you just teleported.
Yeah, you would be over there. So yeah, we can back up just a little. So you would be up there with nothing much to see. The question would be, would you be trying to get a good look around, or would you be avoiding being able to look around?
This is so weird doing like.
Yeah, it's weird to back up this much. Yeah.
So like she wouldn't have like come out of the other door yet, right?
Yeah, you'd be over there, not knowing what was about to happen.
So I would look around plainly.
Gotcha.
I didn't think she was still in the chamber.
Right. Charging in, you do not see her, but do make a perception check. 18. You do see some weird, creepy little thing way in the back there, kind of just sheepishly sticking its head out from behind a stone wall. Not 100% sure of what that is, and not having much action left to do anything back there.
We're gonna keep it.
Was that my movement and action?
Yeah, it would have been. There's a lot of movement to get over deep enough to where those lights are at.
Okay.
And then
Yeah,
scanning the chamber. Then there is an explosion, and that damages the said heading at Sahin, which I believe was 4 piercing and 11 poison on Sihanin, as you'd have been the target right in that area.
What was the...
The hit
What
was
yeah.
20 something.
Yeah, it was like 23.
Yeah, it was pretty high.
So how much was...
It was like a 23 to hit with 4 piercing and 11 poison damage. So 15 total damage. Assuming Sihanin's still up.
Yeah, she's still up. She's
Gotcha.
just low.
Now you just gotta get that Constitution saving throw. $13. You are just barely not experiencing any lockup in your joints. Cannot express how just barely you are okay.
I'm very happy about it. I'm about to move.
All right. You have the snake hair all around you. It looks like she has a short sword on her side, but has chosen not to put down her bow in order to grab the short sword. So it is up to you for what you want to do, as it is your turn.
Can I... No, that would be disengaging. Can I sprint out of here so that I can fight in a long range situation, or
You
would
can
that be just...
disengage bonus action.
Yeah, you got that rogue disengage as bonus action if you want to.
So I'm gonna do that, and then I'm going to use my action to sprint.
Well, you still have your
and
movement. So bonus action disengage, and then
bonus action disengage.
and then where do you want to go?
Like to go up to the pillar that's by on the left, the far left pillar.
Gotcha. So 5, 10. That'll be like 20 feet to get over to there. You still have 10 feet after whatever action you want to take. Can't hear you.
Can I get around the other side of that pillar?
Oh yeah.
And then I'm going to try to use what?
Or wait, the statue or the pillar?
I meant the pillar,
Okay.
but
Yeah, you could get over there. You're gonna get in a situation where you might want to take your shot before you get that far, so that you're not having to shoot through a bunch of cover.
But I'm going to use my action to shoot an arrow. Wait, no, I have a different idea. I'm going to use my action to cast Hideous Laughter.
Ah, nice. So you go for Tasha's Hideous Laughter. What kind of saving throw is that?
Wisdom.
Wisdom. That is 11. Which is probably a fail.
Let me look it up. I don't have it written down with the... Sorry, my cat's going away.
Yeah, it'd be your
It'd be
proficiency and your...
plus proficiency.
Yeah, intelligence modifier and proficiency, so... What's your intelligence modifier?
I think it's... 2 plus my what?
Plus proficiency. So that's a DC 12, and she got 11, so... Prone goes the Medusa, as she stays completely serious, flat face, as every single snake head on her head goes and a dancing pile of snakes on the head as she just like convulses and falls to the ground, shaking in laughter. Are you then planning to move over to behind the pillar?
Yes.
And are you avoiding your gaze?
Yes.
Okay. Get behind the pillar.
See that spell behind me like, ah!
Yes. Cast it kind of generally at her and then duck behind the pillar, covering your face. Alright. So from you, Helm. Having not avoided your gaze in the previous turn, it is time for a Constitution saving throw.
Well, given I was busy studying the statue, I wouldn't think that would be necessary since I wasn't looking at her.
Nope, still. You either avoid your gaze or you don't. It's you gotta pick one or the other. Four's very bad. Now it's 1 point not bad enough to turn instantly to stone, which is the good news. So your joints lock up and you are restrained over there behind the statue as you catch some of this laughing gaze out of the corner of your eye, having not been specifically avoiding making contact. So you can't do much.
Can I use Chrono Shift?
Oh, yes, for sure. So a new roll for Helm. Everyone observes as Helm locks up, and then time reverses. And this time...
Coming in clutch with Chrono Shift!
And this time, Helm, you find your instead of your joints locking up, you maintain your ability to move, even with the visage of this creature in range. So you have your turn.
Saving that all night.
Start. Thank you, Bakad.
Baka being clutch.
Now, I'm going to go do something very stupid. I'm going to go up to her. And I'm going to drop my shield and make my way towards her.
Cool.
I'm going to grasp my warhammer with both hands, and I'm going to swing as hard as I can.
Go for it.
Hopefully, getting a solid hit.
You drop your shield on the way, but you have advantage, and you are going for the versatile feature of the hammer. So roll with advantage, as she is prone. $18 is a hit.
And then I'm also going to smite.
Oh yeah, go for it.
So to start, main damage for the hammer.
So it is a D10 on this one, so since you're two-handing it.
That's what I clicked.
Gotcha.
And then it's 2d8?
2d8 at a
Smite?
first level smite, I believe, yeah.
Yeah. That's total 17 on my hit.
17 damage. Here's this whack that just echoes through the hallway as with a flat bludgeoned front of a weapon slamming into the abdomen. There's a she remains on the ground. I don't remember on Hideous Laughter.
You can remake that
After you
with
take damage, you can make another with.
Gotcha. Every time you take damage, new save. Another wisdom saving throw. And we established you have a DC 12, which she fails. All right.
Yes, and also you have advantage because it was triggered by damage.
Ah, gotcha.
Sorry.
That's how it goes. That's how it do. With the natural 20, it suddenly got really not that funny. Getting hit in the stomach with a hammer. This is
The bag! Did you guys not get my pantomiming? The bag! We had a whole plan, guys!
We had a whole plan, guys. Should just be every D&D t-shirt. Like just a D20. We had a whole plan, guys.
We had a plan.
I can use Chrono Shift to hopefully make her fail, but it's up to the die.
Oh yeah, if you'd like to make Chrono Shift to make her try again.
Please do that.
Okay, Chrono Shift, try again.
Shift. You see her stop laughing and scowl and start to get up, and everybody sees the pause as the Chrono Shift activates, the rewind, and then the replay. And she then rolls a 10 and stays laughing on the ground, coughing blood out of multiple snake mouths.
Macabre, man!
What the hell? What?
Time wizards, y'all. Time wizards.
Dude!
The last one, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
it gets 2 a day.
My next character for every campaign I play in. What?
Oh man, just a whole party of time wizards. It's like one of those
No one
episodes.
would fail anything.
One of those episodes of
We're
Doctor
here for a
Who
good
where like
time.
5 doctors show up. So Helm gets that good whack with the smite, a flash of divine energy throughout the chamber, and then Coraline would be up.
Corlin's still averting my gaze.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna kind of try to come up, like, headway first,
Mm-hmm.
and just take my new hit bag, and just kind of try to shove it over the head.
Just kind of try to use that backpack and just engulf the head.
Yep.
All right. Now, you were avoiding gaze last turn.
I was
so.
avoiding my gaze.
All right. So no worries on that. So give me. It would be an athletics check, trying to get this sack over the snake heads and everything.
Can I help her?
You would have to use your
Never mind.
action to help her, which you do not have an action available.
That's
I
fair.
have a +0 to athletics, and I just got an 18.
I mean, she also has a +0, and rolls a 5, which I needed you to succeed by a bit to pull this off quickly, but beating her by 13 is gonna do it. You guys all watch as a sack goes over the snake head and then cinches kind of around the neck, with the basic cord engulfing the head in cloth. There is a deep scream coming out from under the bag. She does not like being sacked. If you have a bonus action thing to do, that would be available to you.
Yes, I didn't think that would work at all. Oh.
Still laughing because it hasn't taken damage again, so it's just on the ground laughing inside a sack.
No, with my bonus action, I'm just gonna yell, what now? What now? I got the bag, this was as far as we got with the plan!
The plan has been executed, but I'm not safe!
I'm not safe! I'm literally safe! I'm holding a bag of snakes! Very angry snakes!
Holding a bat.
Is that a
holding
metaphor for something?
Very amused snakes, actually.
a sack of screaming, frustrated, laughing snakes. The Red Knight, she would be up now. You kind of hear the commotion of like, what do I do now? It sounds like the plan went.
Looking through my mirror behind me, is like, what the fuck?
You can see that everyone, there's the burst of flame of knocking that door off the hinges, which also singed her from the dragon's breath, and everyone dogpiling on the Medusa, sack on head. But there's still that weird, like, snaky creature in the corner there. That's just only like 10, 15 feet in front of you, and it's just sort of like looking kind of panicked around the edge of the stonework.
I want to go up to the snake creature.
Okay.
No!
It's our new
It's
pet.
so cute! So cute! It's all shy
Baby
behind the
Medusa, you're
corner!
dead.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Yeah, use like 10, 15 feet of movement and get right up to it.
What does it look like? Like, as I get, or what is?
You get closer, and it's not great at hiding itself, and there's nowhere to really hide. There's some, like, there's, like, bedding and things that are in the back here. This looks like the place where maybe she curls up. And it's just sort of a snakish abomination of maybe a halfling or something. That doesn't seem, like, it's not being friendly towards you as far as you can tell. But it's a sort of snake halfling hybrid abomination thing. You go ahead and make a nature check. See if you can, if you know what this thing is.
It's a snaffling.
The most interesting thing about it is that you don't recognize it. It does not come off as a species in particular. It almost seems like something that's not within nature.
It's unique. It just wants to be loved.
I'm gonna point my glaive at it.
I'm sensing projection
And-
from Corlin.
Damn. Oof. I felt that from Indiana.
What?
Ow!
I can feel just how hurt they got from here.
I like 20 animals, guys. I love all things. I love everything. My curse in real life and in D&D.
This is
it's all
unique.
shame behind a corner, and it's just like sad.
This is unique and
Just
wants to be
want a hug.
loved, just like me.
I'm gonna point my glaive at it
Right?
and use thaumaturgy to make my eyes go black and say, friend or foe.
It
And
does
that'll
not
be
respond. At least not as of yet. Alright, so you go and point glaive at this creature in the corner. I'll take that as basically holding your action to attack it based on its response.
I would be 10 feet back because the glaive has reach.
Gotcha. So you don't go right up to it. So you got it kind of at the end of the reach. Alright. That's, that would be your go, Bakab. You hear a commotion. It sounds like she's been sacked.
I'm gonna take a risk, look up, look
Gotcha.
behind me.
Make perception check.
You should totally just go through that door and come out the other side, like Pac-Man.
Right.
Why did I get natural 20 on that?
Natural 20. Well, the head has been completely covered, but and she is convulsing on the ground. But you get the sense that this thing is, it is under a temporary magic effect that could end at any given time here, and there's probably your most physically weak party member is holding the sack on as best they can. This is a plan that has succeeded but can go south at any time.
I have a strength of 10, and my intelligence is 7. So, not
Buddy,
smart
you're
enough
on
to let go and not strong enough to hang on. So this is going like
you're
all
on your
bad
own. I have a
places
strength
for
of
me.
8.
If we
Never
if she
mind,
can-
it's
if she
most-
really with her until my next turn, I have a plan.
Okay, I don't have rope. Anyone have chains or anything?
I got another
Chains,
strap.
rope, and manacles.
You are aware. You were there at the buying stuff. You're aware that Helm has chain and manacles. Sihanine has a leather strap.
Okay.
Did anyone get a scrunchie so we can just tie up all the
A
snakes?
scrunchie.
Okay. I will run up to Helm.
Okay. Yep, you can get right up to Helm.
And ask for the chain.
The chain is just like on his belt, so you can just grab it.
Yeah.
I'll grab the chain and run over to Medusa and hopefully tie her up.
Sure. You're right there. Give me an athletics check. She is still flailing and clawing, and she's not like just hanging out waiting for you guys to wrap her up. So she is. You do not make any progress in chaining up, her body.
A little help here.
As it gets to her turn, she drops the bow that she's been using and just grabs the short sword that she has at her side and starts just taking like blind swings. So it's going at one of you two. Let's see here. So the first swing is at Helm, at a impressive for her under the circumstances 17 to hit.
That just barely hits.
Just hits, and that is yikes! That is 8 piercing damage.
Okay.
There's no poison damage on that. The next swing is coming at Corlin for a 14 total to hit.
Shield.
Shield. You see that sword, it's flailing wildly, but is coming at your leg, and you just put your hand down and a energy field gets in front, clangs across it.
Sweet.
That is her turn. At the end of her turn, she gets to try to get out of this, hysterical on the ground state, and that is a 14, which is enough to end the hideous laughter. Just at the end of her turn, so not enough to do anything, and then it goes right into Sahinine.
Alrighty. She's still in the bag, right?
As far as you know, but you would have to go look to make sure.
She's gonna pull her mirror out and check what's happening. And is that an action to investigate that, or?
I would say make a perception check with disadvantage.
Okay.
Seven, you can see your party, most of which gathered up on and around her, but you can't tell if the sack is on properly or not. So you're not sure if you should maintain avoiding your gaze or if you just go for it.
She's going to try and recast Hideous Laughter.
Gotcha.
Keep that girl prone.
There is a and then casting again. Ooh, that is a 5. Oh man, these are all over the place. She's like, there's a continuation of the laughter now within the sack. Oh man, Tasha's hideous laughter. I swear to God. All right. Good Anya comes around to Helm, unless Sihanine wants to go somewhere or do something.
I think I'm fine where I am.
Gotcha. Oh, and just after you, before Helm, the Red Knight, Glaive pointed at this weird little shy abomination creature. It looks up at your declaration of friend or foe, and it says,
What?
I didn't stutter.
It says what?
It says something in Babel because it's a baby!
It speaks some sort of otherworldly language that you have no ability to understand whatsoever.
Can I make like an insight check to see if it if it's hostile or not?
Yeah, make an insight check. 9. There's no telling. You're not sure what it was trying to convey. It didn't attack you. It had the option to try, and it didn't. But its exact intentions? No idea. Not a lot of snake creatures hiding in the back of Medusa lairs that you've experienced as far as their typical motivations.
I'm gonna slightly lower my glaive to not attack it.
Gotcha. Yeah, you can forego that held attack. And then let's move to Helm.
Yes.
What you doing?
I'm going to grab my manacles and I'm going to make a solid attempt at restraining her.
Go for it. Athletics.
Just flat athletics.
Yeah, there's no one helping you. There's nothing that's... You're trying to overcome her flailing out of a thing.
That's fair. Oh.
And you beat her by more than 15. So it's got like you got a 5 total. You guys are those of you who are plainly watching and anybody hearing recognizes the sound of someone being just straight up manacled. Both clawed hands are now bound behind her back, locked in place. Like, she could technically kick still, but she no longer has a means of removing the sack from her head, and no longer really has many means of fighting back. Technically, I'd say with that much, you even like kick the sword out of her hands, and she is fully and properly pinned and restrained to the point there's not a lot she can do. She's nowhere near being defeated as in like slashed and cut and stabbed and stuff, but she is very much fully restrained. Let's see. Coraline, are you doing anything in particular?
I'm going to call out to Sehanine, because she's the one that has the leather strap from the bag. Could we get that over here so we can start harvesting spit? I don't like this at all, and I'm still holding a bag over squirming worms. I would like to get this thing dead as quick as possible. Let's get the spit.
collecting spit's kind of my favorite pastime. And she like pulls out the leather strip from one of her pockets and like tosses it towards you.
Not sure what that means, but okay.
We're not gonna look into it.
Right.
But I'm not gonna question it.
No question.
So I'm just gonna kind of like lift it barely, like to I can see like the her bottom lip,
Right.
and then I want.
Read in the room. You gather that if you guys are careful and work together, there's very little that this entity can do against you. So if you all just kind of basically volunteer yourselves out of combat initiative and just carefully restrain and go about the business, you can probably talk to her or do whatever you want at this point. She doesn't have real means of escape.
Look at all these dead people in our house. Kill her.
In another timeline, she killed me.
Another timeline, you're dead. Yes. So we'll pop out of initiative for a second. So she does kind of. You guys get her in a position where you're kind to use the leather strap to like secure everything except for the mouth that you need access to. Very hard in that sack, so well contained. You can see occasional snake teeth popping out of the sack. Does Sianine drop the hideous laughter at any point, or?
She still has it.
Gotcha. So through the laughter, there's this, what are you doing? What do you want with me? What's even happening right now? There's a plea out to the group.
I'm actually going to address her directly.
Mm-hmm.
We're just after a few items from here, and I will do my best to keep my associates from killing you, if you comply with what we need.
It would be helpful if I could stop laughing.
Sehanine?
No, she can't stand up. She gets to stay there.
Well, we'll wrap the chain around her so that she has to be sitting.
So y'all make use of any rope from the equipment packs that you have, and
Yes.
chain, and get her fully wrapped up and tied to where there's nothing she can do.
She's a burrito.
The sack is now has a like additional rope wrapping around the head, so the fangs can't even get out. She finally gets free of the hideous laughter spell and kind of catches her breath and is just like, Speak plainly.
Okay.
What do you want?
We're after an ancient artifact of Helm that is said to be here, sent by one of my old champions.
Oh. And she kind of like
By
sits-
one of Helm's old champions. We
Yeah,
heard he was a god, and we were thinking that maybe this would be the right place to look.
Sianine, make a deception check for me. Say with advantage. Nobody suspects you're a god walking around.
He just has a god complex.
We're doing great.
Yeah.
We're doing great, guys.
Great.
She's like,
I mean, no one died from a Medusa right after a griffin attack, so
Right.
we're doing pretty good.
as things go, you guys avoided a fair amount of instant death. Yeah. There is a pause in her voice as she's just like, the artifact you seek is through the glowing portal near where I rest. Try to let my pet leave, and I would appreciate the opportunity to flee unbound before you recover it.
Insight check.
Insight checks all around.
I also would like... Wait, insight? Yeah.
Yeah, insight.
I believe her completely. I'll go through.
Weirdly, the vast majority of you don't suspect anything extra going on. See, Henning, you can tell there's something she's not mentioning, which makes a lot of sense. Like, why would she need to flee just from them going and recovering the artifact? There's something about recovering that artifact that will cause something to happen where she will want to abandon this lair.
Interesting. I'm debating whether I call her on that. So Sienne's kind of gonna like nudge her with her foot because I'm assuming she's still sitting on the ground. He goes, "All right, fess up. What's happening? What's up with this artifact?"
She kind of just takes a breath and is like, "There's a vast darkness that it holds at bay. If you remove it, that darkness will have free reign to enter, and while I appreciate that darkness at times, it completely engulfing my residence, I'm not looking forward to."
What can this darkness do?
Anything.
Well, that isn't vague at all.
Well, we still need her spit, so we can't let it go while we go retrieve it.
Oh, and how will you,
Elevate.
how would you travel from this?
Still only getting like every other word.
How were you able to get from this door to that door?
It's like I said, I sometimes make use of the darkness. And you can tell there is a deep shadow through each doorway, which apparently connects the two of them and allows for some hopping back and forth from side to side shenanigans.
Like Pac.
Like Pac-Man. Very much some Pac-Man shenanigans.
From all the way in the back, the Red Knight yells, "Okay, but what's up with this thing?"
That's my
Don't
pet.
kill it.
Leave it alone.
Pet what? I've never seen one of these before.
Well, if you can channel enough light into the creatures from the darkness, they can serve you in your basic needs. Gathering food and water. Sneaks out at night and gathers what I need to get by on a day-to-day basis.
You mean that
That
thing was
comment-
created from the
Poor little
darkness?
creature, as a slave.
It's not a slave. It implies sentience. It's a pet. You've never had a pet.
I'm gonna stand up and walk right over to that little thing, and like 10 feet before it,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna kind of like kneel down, and just like the softest expression on my face, just, "Are you all right?"
Make an animal handling check.
No!
There's just... It kind of leans forward and just like... It hisses at you heavily and then actually steps onto the arcane circle drawn in the ground and then just disappears.
So that won't be joining our party as the next cuddle buddy.
No, it will. We're going in there anyway.
We're not
Um,
in the circle.
I'll make him love me.
That's not how that works.
It is for Corellin!
Tell me, beast.
So
Since
that's
I
why
don't
your
actually
ex
know
left
your name.
you.
Why exactly did you choose here as a residence?
The darkness was released by some entity, I suppose this champion that you speak of, and sacrificed himself to keep the darkness at bay. But the darkness remains and can be harvested if you're careful.
How can we harvest chocolate?
Many nights at a time with the proper crystal vials.
Have you harvested chocolate yourself?
Yes, I took a fair amount of time getting these doorways properly enchanted with shadow.
Do you have any of harvested dark around, perhaps?
I do not.
Can you hurry up and get her spit? I'm getting creeped out.
She kind of sighs and is just like, what do you need me to spit in?
Yay! Okay, so we've got these 4 vials. Maybe we should get a little bit more for your cat?
We'll free the cat first, and then refill the vial.
Yeah, so can you,
do I
like,
know
just
if the cat's,
undo this...
like, stuck there?
What's what?
Do I know if the cat's, like, been petrified and stuck there? Or
It's
poofed back?
make an Arcana check.
You can't just smash it and make it poof back.
You're not sure. You might be able to cure the petrification and then save 10 gold on a resummon.
Okay, but this is definitely more expensive than 10 gold.
You try to just pop it out of existence and pop it back in, but that does not happen. And the statue of it remains. So you're not sure.
Pick up the statue of the cat.
You just pick it up.
Look, Medusa, is there a way that you can undo the creepy stuff that you do with turning things into statues? Besides spitting on things?
This saliva allows me to get what I need food-wise out of the people that come here looking for a fight.
Gross. Very gross. But, like, other than that, it's like only a spit is what can take him back from stoning back and forth.
As far as I know.
Let's test out how effective it is. I'll take the statue off of the red knight and shove it in her face. Lick it.
Lick it!
It's just sort of like a... she kind of curls out a bit of saliva, puts her mouth on the side of the cat, which partially returns to being flesh, which she is then kind of almost instinctually bites into, but then just takes her mouth off of it. And about half of the cat is flesh. She's like, well, and she kind of like jiggles, like she doesn't have hands to like manipulate the thing. She's like, I could probably get the whole animal. And then I'll need to hydrate, so to speak.
Speaking of hydration, Sihanina is going to move over towards that well and kind of like nudge it with her foot and be like, yo, Medusa, what's up with this well? Anything cool about it?
You could peer into it if you wish.
It's a meditation well.
I want to have a walk over and just look into it really deeply, just staring.
All right, let's have Coralyn make a Constitution save.
Oh no!
Wait, I tried to find out if it was Hinky.
Coralyn got bored with questioning her and turning cats back into cats.
Coralyn, a deep sadness washes over you as you stare down into this water. It has been corrupted. It's like it was once extremely pure water that has since been just mixed with something incredibly unholy. It makes you physically sick, but you can't look away from it. And you just are staring down into the pool.
I'm going to
Do you
walk
drink from
over,
that well?
grab Corbin, and physically drag her away from the well.
Gotcha. You pull
Coralyn's
Coralyn. You pull Coralyn away. Coralyn, make another Constitution save. You kind of you cough out. You kind of like almost like just like a small bit of food in the back of your throat, but it's as you cough it out, it is a piece of shadow that starts to crawl away from you, like a rolling cockroach that has no actual form and is just rolling and crawling away from you like a animated small chunk of sludge.
One of the vials, Harry!
Helm, you hand over one of the vials.
Yeah,
Give me a vial!
I'm interested.
Alright, give me a sleight of hand check. Try to finagle this ball of self-shadow into that. Yeah, it's alright. You manage to funnel and stopper the vial over this squirming piece of shadow.
Quick tip. Don't look in there. Not fun. This thing was in my throat. Gross. Don't like it.
Do you drink from that well?
Sometimes.
Gross.
You're nasty.
And that means it's a good source of hydration for you.
It's a source of hydration and other things. Can we move along, please? What do you need from me?
I'm Patrick from a cat. Rehydrate yourself from that well and fill up these vials.
Neat.
So passive aggressive. Why is she so angry?
Why is she so angry?
We only tied her up like a burrito, invaded her home, and just wrecked her shit.
Have my pet bring me a cup.
Your pet went away.
What?
It went through the portal.
Took a month to
Probably
get
'cause
the
you
shadow
mistreated
off
it.
of that. Why do you think the water's so gross in the well? She continues to try to like lick and drool on the cat until it is reformed into its fleshiness. And then like a slobbered on cat, your familiar just looks up at Macabre, just very disappointed with its life choices.
I'm gonna go and get a cup, and I'm gonna dip it into the well water.
All right.
I'm just gonna hand it to her. Or I'm just gonna. She doesn't have hands, so I'm gonna force it into her mouth.
I'm gonna make my way to the statue holding the axe.
Sure.
I kind of want to take the axe.
Yeah, it actually does slide out. It's the other weaponry in people's grasp seems to have been melded to their form, but with the axe not actually becoming stone with everything else, it looks like you might be able to get it out. So are you trying to remove it carefully, or you just want to rip it out?
I'm just gonna break the hand.
Sure.
He's already stoned.
The arm of this unarmored Goliath figure, kind of mid-raging shout, right about the elbow, just snaps off, and then the hand figures break away, and you have this two-handed battle axe.
What if that was
great
your
axe, I
champion?
should say.
Yeah, what if that was your champion?
If it was my champion, he's still dead.
You are like
actually
the
do
worst
know
god
that.
I've ever met! And I've met plenty!
What? I only caught half of that.
You are the worst god I've ever met. And I've met plenty.
Yes, but in his hand, it's not doing anyone any
Yes.
good. And do remember what we did to the graves of Sahanin's champions.
We put everything back. Besides,
Yes, we were very respectful in taking what we needed.
And I'm taking what I need.
You
You
broke
broke off his hand!
right out.
You dumped their skeletons.
We put them back.
We did. What, are you gonna take some paste and put him back together?
Would you like to glue the arm back on?
Imagine this whole conversation happening while shoving the brackish water into the mouth of the...
Definitely.
Water torture.
Right.
The angrier I get, the more I just like dump it
Right.
onto her face.
She can, like, it's just like going up her nose at the.
There's just some light war crimes going on. It's fine.
It's fine. Put a cloth. Just
There is no war in Bossing Say.
We're all safe here.
Can't have war crimes without a war. Hey.
Can't have war crimes under the like Geneva Conventions. Do
Right.
they have that in this world?
Right.
No. They're just the Geneva suggestions.
The Geneva suggestions.
That should be put on a D&D shirt.
They're
It's
more the Geneva suggestions. Oh man. Anyways, so you guys gather. What you've got 3 vials left. So you gather 3 vials of Medusa saliva. What else are you all doing in the space?
Sihanine is walking around to each of the statues and like posing with them. So like the pretty lady in the center, she's like, yeah, like we're dancing, and she's just like, minding her time.
Right. Most of them are in some sort of action pose. Some of them are just looking around. But others seem to be like flying into a rage to attack. One has daggers drawn, ready to like they're about to swing around the pillar for some sort of attack. One has her bow fully drawn, aiming carefully. And then there is one with sort of a antler motif headband with a staff. Seems to be mid casting of some sort of spell. And then the ever glowing like arcane circle, conspicuous, which the half orc with a longsword on his back seems to be carefully inspecting as with his stony figure. Oh,
So
Caitlin
does
is
anybody
muted.
think we should actually go through that?
You guys are looking at it. It looks like the abomination stepped on it and just disappeared. So it looks like it's just you step on it, you go.
Where does that portal lead?
Before we go, hey, Bakab, come here.
What is it?
Go to the other side with the door that you just fire blasted out.
Huh?
Yeah, go over there, and on on the left door, I'm gonna stick the blunt end of my glaive in to see if I can like poke him.
Oh, gotcha. You stick your glaive through. You go all the way up to just below the blade, sticking the hilt through, and it does not seem to reach the other side.
Devastating.
Worst thing. Was the two-handed axe the only weapon in the room that wasn't petrified?
Yeah, everything else has melded into stone with whoever had it.
Okay.
Can Sianine make an investigation check and see if there's anything of value in the room?
Yeah, go ahead and get a search around.
Can I address the Medusa again?
Sure.
Where exactly does that portal lead?
Dark plane of shadow.
Don't go in the portal.
But I'm bored.
I think the important question here is
Artifact?
whether or not we should retrieve artifacts. Because if that is what's holding these shadows back, I think it's best if we leave it.
I think it might also be a good idea to possibly investigate further down inside the temple.
Look, Shadow Plane sounds really fun. Investigating an old dusty temple that's not even devoted to me doesn't. Releasing a bunch of shadows into this entire temple seems extremely fun, and I want to do that right now.
No. No.
We might have to deal with those shadows. And we still have a griffin outside.
Here's the deal, Bakab. My temple was abandoned because of the corruption. Originally, from what I remember. So, the doors, if we leave them shut, should, in theory, be enough to hold it at bay. Until we know more.
I think what's holding them at bay is that spell circle.
That spell circle leads to
It's the
another
artifact that's holding them at bay.
Never mind.
supposedly claimed by the
Corellin's
Medusa.
gonna start walking towards the circle.
Corellin walks towards the circle.
Wait, I didn't get to finish my investigation.
Yes. Sihanin is actually in the. You kind of look over everywhere. You end up in the back corner where the Medusa apparently makes her nest, and you can hear an audible frustration from the Medusa as she can hear you rummaging around over there. You find a. You find 4 different pouches that have different styles, as if they come from, as if they've been like designed and made in different cultures or maybe even different time periods. But they are a collection of coin. All of the 4 pouches put together. If you are you gonna take time to count it out? It looks like it's several hundred gold pieces spread amongst these pouches.
Do we have the time to count it out?
Corlin is currently walking towards a portal, if I'm not mistaken.
Corellin is just
The Red Knight is apparently paralyzed.
And then kind of like speed walking like a grandma in a mall. And then just kind of standing right beside it like...
Sanine looks behind her real quick and sees Corellin is up to another disastrous plan.
Kind of like about to step into the portal, yeah.
Yeah, and literally just like grabs the pouches, pockets them real quick, and and I'm following you. Like, gotta take care of this guy.
So, 2 of you step into the portal?
Yes!
Alright.
I'll send my cat after them.
Cat after. So
Adventure! It's what D&D's about!
So, Bakab, the Red Knight, and Helm look on as Corlin, Sehanin, and a cat step into this magic circle and then disappear. Bakab, you try to do your eyes glaze over to see through your familiar, which fails. You see absolute darkness. Nothing at all. Corlin, Sehanin, and a cat, which has its ears, the fur at the tip has grown to like 3 feet long and swirls along the back to the tail. The tail, which has split into 3 tails, with not retracted claws that seem about double, triple in size versus what you usually expect to see on a cat. And it looks around and it's just like, this looks awful. As you see a stone figure, human, female apparently, but buffed up, to as much as you could ever see anybody. Completely stone, holding a shield aloft to where the shield's dome is like parallel to the ground, with a shimmering magic coming off the edges of the shield, creating like a 10-foot radius hemisphere of pure energy, just like a white light swirling, and beyond it, raw chaos and storm and shadow, as if a raging hurricane is going on, but made, instead of sheets of rain and wind, pure streaks of shadow going across. And you can see in the distance, just at the edge of your dark vision, you can see that little snaky abomination thing kind of looking back, just like, as it hisses, it seems to like double in size, and its form, instead of being as sleek and green, starts to darken, and lumps kind of generate across its body as it starts to hulk out as it wanders deeper into the swirling shadows. You cannot see the front face of the shield from inside here. The shield effectively creates this dome, which is still to this day apparently holding back the shadow that is this entire plane of existence. And the traced out the same traced out circle on the stonework below you.
Sahanine's just kind of like standing there, like taking this all in, and Corellin just kind of gets this like voice in the back of their head that just goes, "I have got to stop following their lead in things."
Yes, you do. I'm terrible. I'm not very smart. And then I'm gonna walk right towards the shield.
It is it is sort of strapped onto the arm, although it looks like if you wanted, you could just pull the shield off. Like it's up like Captain America style, like held up above, almost as if it would be holding back some sort of huge overhead strike, creating this, dome of energy.
Okay, right. So, thinking that these things may be some type of fair fiend, I could, in theory, get within 30 feet of us quite a bit of them to run away. Depends. Sometimes it's not a whole bunch. Sometimes it's like all of them. So I'm saying I do that and we take the shield and run.
Do you think that these shadow beings have an aversion to light? Out of curiosity? I don't know.
Ooh, maybe.
If I cast light, maybe even on the shield, maybe we could make ourselves like a little safety, like, radius where they can't touch us. I don't know. I'm gonna try it. And
Okay,
so,
we can both do things.
exactly. So, do you want to go get the shield?
Yep.
All right. The circle is sort of off to one side. So, what are you two doing?
So I'm gonna use my divine spark to, once we grab the shield, I'm going to, as an action, you present your holy symbol, and one celestial, elemental, fey, fiend of your choice that is within 30 feet of you must make a wisdom saving throw, provided the creature can see or hear you. If the creature fails its saving throw, it is turned for 1 minute.
Okay, so you're holding that sort of turn if you see anything approach. Oh, you're muted again.
If something big is coming at me, I'm just gonna whoop. I keep on
Alright.
pressing the wrong button because I have my keybinds and I change them all the time and I don't know why.
Ah. All right. Let's have both of you make a perception check, and Macabre could make go ahead and roll for the cat. Nice. And a 6. All right. The cat is looking at itself, just relishing the fact that it gets to be its actual form for a moment.
Cat is licking its butt.
Yeah, cat is looking at its butt. Sihanin, as you are all setting up to snatch the shield and go away, you do see a flicker of bioluminescence along the edge of some sort of panther-like creature with a scorpion tail tip that glows brightly, almost like a lure to lure things in. But you do well enough that you see the figure itself beneath it, and it's almost like it can spot some sort of activity happening, and it's trying to lure in, something to, the way a bioluminescent lure works on a lot of creatures, where it's trying to lure in prey before it can strike and pounce. So.
I'm canceling my plan to cast light.
Canceling your plan to cast light?
Yes.
Gotcha. So one of you is going to try to grab the shield, and then you're both going to try to run in the portal?
I'm gonna grab the shield because it was my idea and I want to do it.
Gotcha. All right. So you all grab the shield. Corlin, give me a charisma saving throw. All right.
That's my best stat! I'm a sorcerer! How did I get a natural
Natural ones. Sihanin, you watch as Corlin pulls the shield off of this statue. Someone you would have described as statuesque in life, but is a literal statue now. And they are able to pull this shield off of the arm. As it happens, you see raw shadow, start pouring out of the eyes of Corlin as the dome of energy dissipates. And you see the front of it. It has 3 triangular shards of some sort of gem, a slight peak of maybe sapphire under one of them, but all of the shards are encased in shadow, which is the same kind of shadow currently pouring out of Corlin's eyes. And Corlin is they are just standing there. The plan was like grab it and run, and you see them just like go limp, holding the shield in place. Corlin, in your head, you just hear this like, "Oh, finally. Are you ready to wield me? It's taken some time to find the power."
No. See, you were created by Helm, the god that made you. Yeah, he's waiting outside.
Silence! He shouts at you. This is in your head. You actually don't have to be silent.
So he was like waiting. He's waiting out there, and it's like I want to give you to him.
Make another charisma saving throw. 11.
What is
What
this?
did I tell
The
you?
dice gods are cursing me for going off on my own.
Leave the shield alone!
I need it for the level up.
Sihanin, you see a sort of almost like a convulsion, but they are not running for the portal as was the plan. You might have to drag them over there, and you do see another bioluminescent flash as an additional creature appears behind some shadowy rocks with an additional one, and you get the feeling that you have a moment to try to get the two of you out of this.
Would I be able to come
Can I
through the
grab
portal?
her and attempt
You would not
to
know anything's happening in particular.
An attempt to run?
Do you try to grab them, or huh?
We're really close to that portal. Could I grab her and attempt to run?
You could grab them and try to pick them up and try to get out there.
Apologize.
Yeah, go for an athletics check as you try to drag them out of here. It's actually okay. So you're going at half speed, but you have enough speed to make the journey as you just drag their fairly limp body. The cat kind of like this is crazy. I'm out of here, and jumps onto the portal. All of you appearing as the rest of you are starting to get a little concerned as it's approaching that like 30-second mark of like what's going on over there, and popping out. Oop, we'll just there you go. Popping out are the two figures. You see a Helm, make a history check as you see a shield on the arm of Corlin. Yeah, you do recognize that as the shield of your champion. Although it has been corrupted in some way, it had 3 massive sapphires mounted in it to anchor the enchantment that was extremely potent and powerful, which is they're currently just black shards, and similarly jet black eyes shown on Corlin.
Could I physically and forcibly remove the shield from her?
Yeah, you could probably try to take it from them, yeah. Dick, make an athletics check. Corlin, also make an athletics check, as there is something else piloting your body at the moment.
Oh.
Helm, you go to rip it free, and in a very surprising turn of circumstance, they just rip the shield away from you and get into a fighting stance that you recognize as your own. Corlin, there's a voice in the back of your head that says just, "You, I sense, you had power. Let me
I have
take
come."
over for now."
No, 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 I hate that. Your god's right there. He's in front of you. Go to him. I don't like you. I have my own artifact.
All right. Red Knight, you doing anything in particular? There's a bunch of crazy stuff happening around you.
Corlin is apparently talking to themselves.
Yep.
It's going down.
I'm getting my maul ready because I see that their eyes have gone black. It's like, okay, this is an actual fight. I get my maul ready and ask, saying, "What happened?"
Oh, that's an interesting point. With Sayanine, if this is going on in my head and we have the
Oh, yeah.
cloaks that, like, talk
I
to
was
each other.
gonna say,
Sihanin hears everything that Corlin is saying.
yeah. So, wild thing happened. We were in this really dark place, and we tried to get out of there as soon as we can. And Corellin totally grabbed the shield, and then they went limp. And now there's a whole big voice in their head. And I think that shield is possessed. Not sure we really want it, but at this point, I mean, Corellin's a little, you know.
Uh,
Are you?
I'm gonna swing at the shield.
What'd you say?
Who's what?
I said I'm gonna swing at the shield.
You're gonna try to attack specifically at the shield. Okay, I have to roll something right quick here. That is. So you're all kind of debating what to do. The Red Knight, go ahead and make an attack. Just an attack roll.
Can I like add any superiority dice or?
Well, you got to connect first for most of those, but
No, I can use a fainting attack to give myself advantage.
you can burn a dice if you'd like.
Nah, I
Okay.
feel like
We got a griffin waiting
trying
for
to-
us outside.
you're trying to
Maybe
faint.
we should save that stuff.
I'm like,
You're
I'm
trying to
attacking
faint an inanimate object. It's not like, yeah,
Also, that's attached to an ally. I don't want to
right.
hurt them. So my maul.
7. There is a loud dong as you strike the shield. You, Corlin, you take 3 bludgeoning damage.
Stop it!
But go ahead and make a another charisma saving throw. 23.
Finally!
Finally! I'm the sorcerer!
Bakab, what are you doing?
I will run to the doors with the shadows and see if it's expanding or slowly moving outward. Trying to...
Gotcha. So you go over here to kind of like look back and forth to inspect those doors. Immediately after you do, 1, 2, 3, 4. Jumping out of the portal is a sort of a blackish, bluish, panther-like creature glowing on its back brightly, as if to be a flare of intimidation with a near scorpion-like tail at the end, jumping out and attempting to pounce on the Red Knight. That is a 22 to hit.
Yeah, that hits. I hate this beast.
1, 3. That is 12 slashing damage. As it jumps and slashes past some of your armor, and lands behind you, just and kind of like it's also trying to evaluate where it is in this space. Helm, what are you doing?
I'm going to physically take the shield from Corellin.
You do see Corallin's eyes go from the deep shadow pouring out of them, and there's a blink, and they have their own like eyes and iris back. And I assume there's no resistance from Corallin when Helm tries to take the shield from you.
Nope, I don't want it.
Slides.
It's your sucky shield. I hate it a lot.
Slides right off their arm. And Helm, make a charisma saving throw for me. Nice. There's a voice trailing up the back of your head as you come into contact with the shield. And it's just like, are you going to wield me to effect?
Yes, but you will not control me.
That's fine for now. I'm a little tired. Anything else Helm's doing? That was just like not even an action. Just you kind of just pulled that shield off.
I'm actually going to take a round to actually attach it to my arm, so that way I have a shield.
Gotcha.
Since I threw mine earlier.
True. That shield is on your arm. I will say, as it is an artifact linked directly to you, you may attune to it instantaneously, if you would like.
That would be cool.
All right. You have it attached. You get the sense that you can take a defensive stance. So it is a +1 shield, where you may cast Blade Ward as a cantrip, which gives you resistance on physical damage from non-magic sources.
Zam! That's a good shield.
It is decent. You also get the sense that it is dormant. This thing has been fighting against the shadows of an entire plane of existence for several hundred years, and has been drained of most of its abilities, and could be awakened with proper effects, but at the moment is a +1 shield where you can cast Blade Ward.
Cool.
But there's also effectively a wild, ravenous tiger that has jumped into the room with everyone. So there's also that. Let's see. We've got Corlin. What are they doing?
Hello, yes, everyone. Those things are scary as hell. Let's go. And Corlin's just going to sprint.
Run for the exit.
Double movement. Going as fast as they can to get out this building. This building has been nothing but strife for Corlin. Corlin is done.
Corlin can run
a long day.
Corlin can run all the way right to the exit. They can't quite get out, but they are at the exit. With Corlin's just like, time to go! And then the Red Knight, you do have this beast like right on you.
Well, if I take an attack of opportunity, I am down. So I'm going to use my bonus. I have 2 hit points left.
Yeah.
But I'm the healer. What am I doing?
You're running,
Use
apparently.
action and get the hell out of there.
I'm going to use Second Wind to give myself a D10 plus my level.
Nice.
So, 3.
Mm-hmm.
It's at 9 hit points back.
Nice.
And
Would that be
then
10 hit points?
I think you rolled
What?
D10 plus 1, and I think it has a +3 total, so 9.
Yeah,
would be
because
correct.
like this dice it uses my D10, so I
Gotcha.
just clicked on.
It's straightforward, yeah.
Then I'm still probably gonna die if I take an attack of opportunity, so I'm gonna swing at it.
Gotcha. Now you can also, instead of attacking, you could do a shove if you want to kick it away from you, versus try to just hack at it till it's down. But up to you which way you want to go.
Would a shove be an athletics check?
Yeah.
I'm gonna try that.
Gonna try to just shove it away so you can move. Yeah. All right. Athletics. That's pretty good. Wow, it doesn't have a particular bonus to that. Yes, and you beat it by 5, so you gave it a full shove way back into the corner, and it gets kind of tumbled up in a bunch of bedding and whatnot in the back there. It's just like,
Is there a door
huh?
in that room?
There is a door right next to you. None of you have checked what it does or where it goes.
Oh, I was talking about into the back room. But that is a good...
Oh, it is the back room, so to speak, is just a offshoot. Like, it's just there's nothing blocking except for a wall there. So it's just like a pile of stuff of where they sleep. But there is a door right next to you. No one has checked. So,
Does it have, like, an opposite door on the other side, similar to the one that we saw earlier?
there is not. So it is not clear where you would pop out if you jump into that door.
Shadows are a little bit out of control, guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna disregard that and run.
Just
Maybe
make
once
it...
we're more powerful and we can just, like, banish all of these guys, we can come back.
You get to about there, making your way towards the front. Bakab.
Okay. Where is Medusa?
Medusa is currently completely restrained, chained up right over there. And we'll have this as your
I
cat, which is
am-
currently just beelining for the door.
I have an
Ready,
idea.
ma'am?
Dumb idea, but an idea.
Yeah. I will go up to Medusa
Gotcha.
and turn her head away from me, but facing the beast, and hold my action to pull it off
Okay.
until everyone gets out of here.
Waiting to pull off the covering for the rest of the party to go past you. Got it.
Put that thing back where it came from, or so help me.
Here you go, bunch of new furniture. Have fun!
From under the hood, there's a, I can't do anything about this. We need to just go.
Honey, you tried to kill us like 5 minutes ago.
And you, me. There's a back and forth of that. You came into my
Wait,
house.
did you say that she can't do anything about it?
Yeah, she mentions there's nothing
Did
she
she
can
not turn these into statues?
Wait, Medusa, you mean you can't turn these to stone?
do. There is a, let's see, went. Okay, so it is back to this creature. We'll see if any more come in from the portal. None do. Okay. And this thing, charging at the first one it can see, which is Sahanine. Goes for that is an 18 to hit.
I've been hit.
You have been hit. That is 14 slashing damage.
I have been felled.
You guys watch Sahanine get knocked to the ground right in front of Helm. The slash, and then it starts to prowl forward.
God.
It would be Sahanine's turn.
I'm down.
So it's a death save at the end of your turn.
Oh my god.
You should have left the shield alone.
Oh no!
It's not a nat one.
It's not an at
It's
one.
not that one!
That
It's
is-
not a-
So that is
Only
one.
failed.
That is one failure.
I'm so stressed right now.
This not huge, but apparently geared up for a much deadlier plane of existence. Panther is prowling forward. That would come to Helm, who is right there.
What I'm gonna do is hold my main action, so that way I can make an attempt. I'm probably gonna take a step forward, kind of, if I can.
What's your intention?
I'm gonna kind of hold my action until it makes an attack, and try to shove it back into the portal.
Nice. You could actually just do that now.
I'm going to do that now.
Okay. Yeah, go for you just step between it and Sihanin and make a essentially a side shove where you're just trying to throw it into the portal. Yeah, make an athletics check. You guys are doing very well sometimes. So it had a 15, you beat it by 5. You just like plant against the wall and kind of hammer in hand, do like a scoop shove and throw it in, and it disappears when it hits the portal. However, you are all quite aware that there's nothing stopping these things from coming through the portal, but it is currently out of this immediate area. So that would be your action, shoving it.
And then as a would my ability of turn the tide work to give Sehanin some health back?
I don't know what that ability is.
As a bonus action, I can channel my divinity. Each creature of my choice that can hear me regains hit points equal to 1d6 plus my charisma modifier. If it has no more than half.
Hell yeah. Burn your bonus action and roll that, what is it, d6 plus something you said?
D6 plus charisma.
Nice.
Bless you.
And then I can make it to where everyone who can hear me within 30 feet
Gotcha.
has the exact same effect applied. So I think
So that's
the
just...
Red Knight would be as well.
Yeah, the Red Knight and Sihanin will gain whatever you roll on that, d6 plus whatever it says on your thing.
So they both will regain a total of 9 health.
Nine's
which
good.
is the best I could have possibly rolled.
Yeah. Sihanin is at 9.
Amazing. Thank you.
You go.
And then I'm going to burn my movement and burn what's left of my movement and step away from the portal just in case.
Right. Start moving away. You can get basically next to the Red Knight as people start to head out. Awesome. Clutch. Let's see here. Corlin, you are at the door, but you see all of this transpiring.
Can I tell that Sehanin's like fine?
Well, you can tell she's breathing again. She's starting to sit up to like get moving.
We all are. I'm gonna go full movement back over to her and try to help her stand up.
It will be a double move to get to her.
Yeah.
There's an awkwardness as there's everybody charging towards you, and you trying to think to charge back towards Sihanin, but there's no way for everyone to fit through that area at this exact same moment, especially in opposite directions with statues in the way. So trying to go basically around to the other side there, but you'd be there by the pool with your action, depending on what you want to do.
Yeah, I wanted to take the dash action to get back over to her.
Okay. You can get about to there, just 10 feet away from you.
Okay, and I'm gonna pull out my crystal and one of my daggers to help defend her while she gets up.
Crystal in one hand, dagger in the other, hoping for the best. Red Knight.
Statue in front of me?
Yeah, there is a stone archer in front of you.
I'm gonna knock it to the side so we have like more room to get out.
Give me an athletics check. It doesn't take a ton because it's not attached to the ground. It is has only remained there due to the balance of the figure that once was a person. As in a metagamey sense, as Vexalia is thrown to the ground and shatters into pieces. You see the legs kind of snap off and fall to the ground as well. But yes, you clear a path, and you can get to the door pretty easily there. And
Is that my action and movement?
yeah, I'd say getting the statue out of the way needed a shove. So
Yeah, that'll be it then.
gotcha. Bakab still waiting to kind of unwrapping rope and getting ready to pull that sack off.
Nope.
Nope.
Hearing her says that I can't do anything about this. Gotta drop her.
I would say make an insight check on her about the can't do anything about this.
Oh.
You get the sense she's not defenseless. Like if her, well, I mean she is at the moment. Thanks to you guys. But sack off, she could have her petrification gaze be up. It's just she can't do anything, like she can't seal what you guys have released as far as the portal. As far as she can't do anything about that. But hood off, she could probably try to defend herself against these creatures.
As an arcane caster, do I know of any way to close the portal by ruining the teleportation circle?
Make an Arcana check. Possibly. Ruining the stone might disrupt it. There's a big emphasis on might, and you guys are in a stressful situation.
Can I risk it?
I mean, you're not exactly the hammer man to like try to do something about that stone,
That's true.
and you also don't know if it's gonna work.
I've got a hammer I can sacrifice if I need to.
I mean, if he has like earth tremor, you could like crack it. I think.
It's possible. But Cobb, you are not aware of anything you can do that is a guarantee other than getting out and shutting doors. That's something you know will probably work.
I mean, it worked before.
I don't know.
All right, what you doing?
Okay, you know what? I'm going to pick up the Medusa again and hold it like that until everyone gets out safely.
Same plan to.
Best I can do.
Gotcha. Hand ready to pull off the hood. And her face still kind of loose, so she can feel kind of what you're doing. And she's like, what's even happening? And that would be the Cobb. Next up, these beasts. And none of them come through the portal. That was probably a very deterministic D20 roll I just made. Sihanin, it comes to you.
Thank us.
Thank us.
All right, so Sianine is going to make her way towards the door, but on her way, she's going to feel crippling guilt that we have allowed, like that she stole this chick's money and is going to leave her in this place tied up to die. So she's like, I can do one of those things, but I can't do both of those things. So she's going to grab her feet and tell Bakab, help me, like, carry her and, like...
Well, let's see. So it's half your movement to get up. And then you're going to try to just move and dash for the door. I was going to say, there is this door that no one has checked that is within 10 feet of you. Where, depending on where you pop out, you might have then an action to do something. But it is an unknown, or you can just run straight towards the door, but you're not gonna get super far. You'll maybe get to Bacab.
Okay, actually, I do want to investigate that door because I didn't want to leave without investigating. So I'm gonna go in there.
All right. There's no time to be real careful about it, but you want to just swing it open.
Yeah.
You walk up to it. It opens up to a dark shadow portal, much like the other two. Are you gonna just go through?
Can she throw something else through first, or just no time?
There's not a ton of time. You're not sure when the next beast is hopping out of that portal, and you know that it will wreck you if it gets through.
I'm gonna jump in.
Gotcha. You jump into that portal. Corlin, you watch as Sihine just flings this door open and runs in to an unknown space. Sihine, you find yourself surrounded by shadow, feeling stonework under your feet as you walk forward. And you pop out over here. You pop out through one of the double doors there on the complete other side in the candlelight, apparently finding some sort of enchanted passageway to get from the front of the temple to the back of the temple very quickly.
All right. Do I still have movement left?
Oh yeah, well you have that was all of your movement, but you still have your action and bonus action.
You can use your dash bonus action.
Yeah, you have a lot of movement actually because of your dash bonus action.
Yeah. I was thinking, do I have enough movement to still attempt to drag Medusa out of the temple?
Sure, let's if that's what you want to try to do. So it uses your bonus action dash to like get to her and like grab her ankles, with Bacab kind of holding her, holding the hood of her head. You still have your action if you want to do something like drag her out.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
All right.
If I can.
Bacab, do you try to keep a hold of the Medusa, or do you let Cianine try to drag her out?
I let her drag her out.
Gotcha. You get to the door, but not out as you're slowed down by dragging the Medusa. But you get her over there. Dragging right past the Red Knight. And then Helm. Everyone is essentially gathered at the doors, ready to get out of this place.
Except for me and Corellin.
I'm going through the magic door that takes you right by the entrance. What the hell?
All right. What are we doing?
Holy, sorry, my headphones just died.
What?
I think what I might do is I'm just gonna make my way to the door.
Just running towards the door, yeah? With just your movement, you can get basically almost to the door, and then you can dash out of it if you like. Are you going to dash outside, or are you going to hold there for something? Patrick?
Yeah.
Are you going to dash out the door, or are you going to do something else with your action? Oh, jeez.
I'm just gonna hold my action.
To do what?
I'm gonna prepare probably like a dodge in case they come just in case
Sure.
something comes at me.
The shield also speaks up to you and goes, "You could use me as well."
I don't think you have to prepare dodge. You can just use your action to dodge, and I'll carry on till
Yep.
your next turn.
You have the option to either blade ward or dodge.
Dodge.
Dodge, okay. So you take hold there by the door with the dodge action. Corlon, are they heading for the door? Or are you going through the nifty magic door?
I'll go through the nifty magic door. It just pops you out right by the exit. What?
It might go to a different one.
Nope.
They try it and they succeed. You do, as you're coming out, or as you jump into that or as you are running towards that magic door, you see two of the beasts apparating in the teleportation circle, and you come through out the other side. Still have your action to dash if you'd like to get outside.
Action dash. Getting the hell out. Leaving.
You have the first one is out of the building. Red Knight.
Sanine and Medusa are on
At the precipice.
halfway out the door.
Right.
So I'm gonna try to shove them to get them to go faster.
Just push them out. Yeah, you can actually just go half speed and just push them both out. And just shove them outside. Out they go. And then you would still have an action left. You can kind of basically just shove them out of the way. And then kind of hold to defend the doorway if you like.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Go for it. And Bacab. There's an open door with every
floor
opportunity.
is wood, right?
Huh?
The area that I'm standing on is wood, right?
Yes, there is sort of broken wood flooring.
Okay. I'm gonna do something very dumb. Hopefully it works. I'm gonna give myself Dragon's Breath, Fire,
Nice.
and breathe out at the floor, hopefully igniting it
All
to
right.
create sort of a barrier.
Roll damage.
Will do. And fire damage.
Nice. Yeah, the floorboards, I mean, there's a little bit of dry rot situation going on, but they do seem to catch and create an area that is engulfed in flames. And then are you just making a move for it and getting out of there?
Yep.
You got plenty of movement to get outside. You have enough movement to, get through and shut doors behind you.
Is it possible to use half movement to pull Helm along with me?
Yeah, if Helm wants you to, you could get Helm outside, too.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I want out.
Sure, you kind of just grab a hold of Helm and pull him outside. You guys are all now staring at open doors into this temple. They are going to get to make perception checks to see if what's going on.
Are we still in combat?
Yeah. You guys watch as one of these beasts seems to get distracted and just inspect the open door in the back. The other is making a beeline for all of you. Actually just sort of climbs up to the half-orc and then makes a jump. And we're using its 40-foot long jump. Lands just past the fire. And then actually gets it's just on the other side of the doors. It is extremely fast and has a massive jump ability. Claws and teeth out. But you all have a moment to just shut the doors. Which I imagine...
use that taumaturgy quick.
Yeah.
Between
Between thaumaturgy and those of you able to shut doors, you just reach out and just... And you hear the slam and a pair of claws, the one wooden door, claws coming out the other side of it, which then retract through the wood as there's some sort of scratching and clawing going on.
Before all the doors close, can I do one more Dragon's Breath to hopefully hold them, like create like a line?
I would say make an Arcana check for me.
Will do.
You notice that the one spot that would be possible to do is the wooden door, which you might not want to burn through.
Yep.
What about ice to freeze it?
It would be separate casting, I believe, to switch the breath weapon type.
Oh,
Do you all have any way of barricading the wooden door, or are you all going to just try to get out of there?
I'm gonna wedge my hammer into it.
There are like a pair of like the door handles, and you just wedge your hammer to kind of lock the two doors shut. Yeah, that seems to work.
Same thing to the other door with my glaive. Like, you've served me well, but I can get one.
It's like, you both sacrifice a weapon to keep these doors shut for the time being. It seems to be working, as there's a over the next 30 seconds or so, there are more hisses and roars and growls from within the structure, as apparently a bunch of these things are coming through a portal, but being withheld within this temple.
Do you think it's in Minecraft where they just keep spawning until it's just a mass, and they're like bouncing off of each other? Like an displacer beam.
Are you asking if they will eventually take damage by clipping into each other in the same space? Probably not.
Hopefully the fire will last and hopefully burn some of them or maybe suffocate all of them.
Possibly. Oop, 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 come on. There we go. So, you all have a moment outside of this chamber of whirling death. Whirling shadowy death.
Chamber of not so secret death.
Chamber of not so secret death. You have a chained up Medusa, who's still hooded over most of your face. There's a scan of the horizon, being slightly worried about, griffin issues. It seems like it is a reasonable assumption. It is a wild animal that was on the hunt, and after being pretty well bloodied, it's not interested in continuing to throw itself up against certain death. It is trying to get meals it can snatch and chuck off of a cliff for a good tenderization and then a consumption.
So, hey, Medusa.
As you
We're
yell,
sorry.
I imagine you all just dragging her away from this along with you.
Yeah. I'm not dragging. I'm just kind of leaning down and talking to her face as it's being dragged. It's like, hey, so we're gonna let you go on the condition that when we do, you don't turn around and try to kill all of us. Because if you do, we will absolutely wreck you, and you know it. We don't want to do that.
Of course.
Okay.
Insight check.
Insight check.
Okay, check that.
Yeah, go for it. The two of you primarily interacting with her, you get the sense that she wants to harm you, but is just not in a situation to do so. There's a possibility that she'll just walk away, but you get the feeling it might be safer to just leave her with the manacles, with maybe the key nearby somewhere, so that she has to inchworm over to it, and you guys can be well and gone by the time she gets to it.
Okay, so I don't want this to be a forever vendetta thing. I don't want you coming after us in 20 years when you're I'm powerful, I'm gonna kill you.
She sighs.
That's really boring.
It's like, I have no idea who any of you even are. I barely saw a few of your faces. I have no means of scrying.
She was just blinded.
Yeah.
She was blinded immediately.
Yeah.
But, okay, here's the thing. We let you go, because I don't want you to just be snatched up by a griffin, because that seems like it would kind of suck. Because you're just, like, laying on the ground, the griffin's going to come down, easy meal, it's going to rip you apart. It doesn't seem fun. So, if you try to attack us, I will immediately pin you back down and start cutting off your snake heads one by one.
Make an intimidation check.
Can I help her with that, with my size?
No!
Aww.
Damn it! Oh, +3, too!
You do have advantage with the help from Helm, who isn't doing anything else in particular.
Oh.
Take the 9.
You are the least intimidating person out of all of us.
I'm like 7 feet tall. I should be a little intimidating.
Then you open your
You're
mouth.
tall. Doesn't mean you're scary. A jump an 8-foot teddy bear is not scary.
Shut up. Fight me.
I made a halfling shit himself on accident. Remember that.
You get the feeling just pick a spot, leave her with the key very vaguely nearby, and like let her figure it out. It's probably the best you're gonna get.
Okay.
Keep that kind of nice tree so that the griffin can't directly see her.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
there's
let's
sort
just
of like
cover in a little bit of mud.
Nest
The
for
griffin
her.
won't get to it then.
you all very quickly, as there is a horde of beasts trying to break out of a temple, and probably a griffin flying around somewhere. Just quickly throw some leaves and dirt on top of her, and like drop the key nearby, and start booking it down the goat path.
Did we uncover her face?
Do you uncover her face? Is a good question.
No.
No.
No reason.
Don't.
Why would
Just
Where's
gonna-
the...
Wait,
worst
but my
thing.
bag. We just bought that.
All right, everybody turn around.
the 2 gold bag? Let's all risk our lives for the 2
Everyone
gold
close
bag.
your eyes. I'm just gonna like close my eyes, take it off, and sprint away.
Have Corlin make an intelligence check for me.
Corlin is very dumb.
This is fair. This doesn't seem like a good idea, as those snakes can attack independently. As soon as that head's uncovered, you're getting bit and possibly dropped.
I'll do it. I'm full health.
Okay, yeah, I really like this bag, and it's for Abby, and it's...
I'll do it. Okay, just get out of here.
Is it for my cat?
Bakab taking the action of, like, if I do this, we can leave. And leaving is the priority. So everybody walks... So everybody's walking a full beyond the realm of influence of the petrification. Like, full 30 feet away, possibly down the goat path a little bit. So, Bakab, go ahead and you just take that backpack thing off of her face and make a run for it.
Can I sort of like have my cat put it
Have your cat
in
take the
front
sack
of
off
my
her face?
face?
Oh, use your cat as a blindfold or something? Yes. Okay, sure. You have the cat go over your face. So basically, cat necktie, and then you just glaze over so you're looking through the cat.
Pretty much.
So you're not looking at her at all. The cat is looking at her. Sure. Go ahead and so make make a Constitution saving throw for the cat.
Wait, can I? Is it
You do
possible
it.
to just like lay on my head while the cat face is behind me?
So it's not even physically possible for you to be looking at her. Yeah. Go ahead and roll a Constitution saving throw for the cat.
Well, I'm gonna have the stone cat all stuck on my head, guys.
See how the cat 4.
Yep, I have the stone cat stuck on my head.
So the cat petrifies and can't move. It was 1 point away from just going straight to stone.
She licked this cat, so we didn't have to deal with this. And then we dealt with this because we
Well,
wanted
it's
it
not,
back.
it's not stone. It just can't move. You can just poof it.
Alright, so...
Does that work?
Oh,
Poofing it? Does that work?
Nope. So that's does a 17 hit Bacab.
Oh, yeah. Oh, hell yeah.
So as you pull the sack off and go away, one of the hair snakes goes, and like bites into your hand. That's 5 5 piercing damage. And another 10 poison damage. How's Bacab?
How hurt does Bacab look?
Is that 2?
I'm immediately gonna cast Ray of Frost.
What?
Wait, well, what's the range on Ray of Frost?
Hold up.
60 feet.
None of
Oh,
you
you're
have
good.
healing spells?
I have healing spells, and I have spell slots. I will heal him once he gets back over here, but for right now, I need to teach her a lesson.
I don't know if you all debating this on the edge of the cliff is the best idea. Give me another... so that hits. Roll damage on Ray of Frost. Bacab, give me another Constitution saving throw for the cat.
Well. 17.
Cat's good. Cat shakes free of the petrification. So no second stone cat, especially as a necklace. She takes some cold damage. She starts struggling towards where you guys all dropped the key. But you all can just run if you'd like. Get out of there.
Yeah,
Okay.
that might be a good idea.
Let's go right now. I don't want to have to kill her because I'm really close.
There's some audible banging against that wooden door that you can hear even a good 50 feet away from the temple. It looks like they haven't quite bust through the door yet, but they also seem to be extremely fast. So there's let's get out of here. You all start booking it down the mountain. You're also hitting that time where you need to take a long rest or get exhaustion. But you all are just running for it. Everybody give me a Constitution saving throw. Oh, Bacab on the 3. Okay. So Bacab is fully exhausted, getting about halfway down the side of this cliff face, weaving back and forth down this goat path.
Where
Oh my god.
is that half-elf?
I'm just...
Can I take
Half
What,
speed
just-
and just haul. Would I be able to slow down half speed and just haul his ass down?
Possibly that would not necessarily help anyway. Yeah, a griffin threat that rolls nat ones on its perception checks, both on your guys' way up and on your way down. So you all get to the base of this mountain, or this cliff face, and start heading into these farmlands. And sure enough, you can see this about a mile up in the road towards the farmlands. You can see that the young half elven man on his cart with his little pup, and it's just looking on as you all are kind of just panic running away from the situation. And it's just hey, y'all are alive.
Yes.
Got what we came from, didn't quite kill her. We're running because there might be demons on the loose. Bye, have a good day!
Wait.
Some
Corelli,
adventurers released some demons into my farmland. Excellent. I'll tell Pop. And it turns to
Just in time because I gotta go.
Yeah.
I gotta go too.
All right. Point of order, just you all get the 691 gold when you count out those pouches. As well as a +1 great axe and this shield of helm, which does speak to helm in mixed shadows. So there is a bit of shadow stuff going on. And you all level up to level 4.
Woo!
Remember my house rule on feats. Keep them thematically appropriate. Don't try to take crossbow expert when you've never fired a crossbow. You know, that kind of stuff. Shouldn't be too much of a problem for most of you. or you can just take stat ups like usual. Up to you. Let me know. Feel free to message me if you're questioning one way or the other, or if you got a multi-class thing you think is appropriate. And I will see you all. See you all next week. Good times. As you all rush exhausted away from a mountain with griffins and reskinned moorbounders and all that good stuff. So I'll see you all next weekend. Have a good week.
You too.
See you guys
Thanks.
then.
Bye.
Bye.